Welcome back, everybody. This is the MLOS Season 2, and we're in the day 2 of the round of 32, with each team fighting for a spot to secure their top 16 with an insane prize pool of 50,000. This competition was brought to you by RRG Esports Syndicate, powered by Zenvy Visuals, co-powered by our very own EFO, that is the Esports Federation of Odisha, produced by RRG Production, and a very special thanks to MOBA 5v5 Esports. I am your caster Baldudu, along with the very talented Fission, and we will be your hosts for this hour. The first game is between HAVOC and CHARA boys. And with that, the bans are already underway. We see a very fast set of draft coming out from both sides. The Bane is taken out along with Zuzhan and the Angela. Fission, how do you feel about today's set of games?
Uh, I'm really excited to be casting today's games as well. By the way, thank you for the introduction, Baldudu. And currently, like you said, we are seeing the Zushin and the Angela being banned, while on the other side we see CC and Bane being banned. All the classic bans. Zushin is probably here to take out the. I think they want to pick a sustain comp, and they don't want to face a Zushin, but a Grog ban coming in. These bands, these Grok and Angela bands are like they're top tier S tier bands, as we all know. CC versatile right now. Bane to the Bane just brings a lot of magic damage, so they had to ban him out. But now we'll be seeing the last ban for the meantime coming in from CEO of Dark System. Damn, that name is kind of relatable.
Definitely. And looking at the current state of the draft, the way it's ongoing right now, I think the side of Chara Boys does not want Life to pick up that Farsa because he has been very regularly using that, but they have given up the Yisun Shin, and I mean that's a very big bonus for them because this comp has been running the Yisun Shin and Farsa pretty well along with the Bane. But now, since those options have been denied, they can at least control the siege potential that Havoc is going to be bringing to the field. So, in terms of like countering Yi Sun Shin, what do you think would be the best two picks that CB could pick up right now?
I think right now to counter the siege tension, obviously in jungle, I would expect them to pick a Fredrin maybe, or if they want to go for aggressive against aggressive, they might go for the Lancelot. From what I can tell, but right now we'll be seeing what they've got. Lapu Lapu is one of their is an S tier EXP. So picking up the Lapu Lapu will be really crucial for this side of CB because we all know what a Lapu Lapu can do. A Lapu Lapu with his sustain coming in, that CC from his side as well, plus a high loss. Th- This is going to be a really good combination in my opinion. And life on the Esmeralda while Win picks the Kalea for their side.
And look at that, the second, CEO has picked up the Lapu for himself. There was no hesitation. The Kalia along with the Esma popped up. The Esma is a great option against the Lapu. And I think the opponents themselves, I mean, like specifically, I think Havoc was confused as to why they picked up Hilo so early because it is not needed. Like, no one's going to really contest for a Hilo. So it was kind of wasting the pick opportunity they had. They could have probably gone for a Nathan. They could have probably prioritized another mage like Kadita. Because you see like quite a couple mage bans, or they could have taken the Kalia for themselves. Because now, since these guys have Havoc has Win is running that Kalia, the Chara boys will have to focus on keeping a purify for their marksman, and it's just going to be that much harder for them to play around.
We're seeing a Kimmy ban coming in and Nathan ban here. Nathan, we all know what a Nathan can do. So, but and a Kimmy with the immobilization, no one wants to face that immobilization and the turret fire coming in from the side of a Kimmy. The burst damage is crazy from a Kimmy. So right now, Somi Limbu on the Roger as well. I feel like now Kirmada, he would want to ban out something. I feel like they could be banning. There's a lot of heroes that could be banned here right now. I'm really interested and excited to see who they will be banning out. It's down to 5 seconds. They're taking their time to discuss this ban among themselves, but it's down to 1 second. And it looks like they will
Okay,
not be
they
banning
left
anyone.
a ban. Okay. That's interesting. And you saw a vision. That's exactly what I said. They could have picked up the Nathan for themselves because Nathan is one of the best responses to the comp that Win and team are running because it's easy for him to get away from the Kalia. He will not struggle against the Esma. He can keep his range against the YSS, bait out his dash, and now that's been banned away for a high-low pick. So in terms of the tempo in the draft, Havoc has already secured the first lead, and now they're just banning out all available jungle options. And looking at the situation right now, it might be a Roger in the gold lane because I think Havoc has predicted this right. I thought that Roger might be going into the jungle, but it might be a gold lane Roger, which is interesting. We're kind of seeing in the recent couple weeks that the double fighter comp is back. Like usually they pick up either a carry marksman like Kimi or Bane in the mid lane or in the gold, and like it's like a fighter, a hybrid hero, and then they go for YSS in the jungle and they just completely rush marksmen. Maybe that's what the side of CB is running with a hybrid marksman. But on the other end, Havoc wants to keep it clean. Shane picks up the usually the jungler, but Shane this time has picked up the Irithyll for himself.
I agree with everything you said, by the way. They usually are going for the yeast and shit in the jungle just so they can have a hybrid marksman, like you said. And then they're usually picking a CC maybe or someone in the a fighter in the MM lane. But right now we see Shane going for the Rito. There's going to be double offense coming from this side, the blue side. They have Shane on the Rito while they also have the Yeast and Shin in jungle. And the side of CB, they have managed to pick out the Alpha here. He had us thinking he might be going for the Fanny there for a second, and I was kind of excited. I was like, "Yo, are we going to the first game of the day? We're going to see a Fanny." I was excited, but then he was like, you know what? Never mind, guys. Today's not the day for me to show off my fanny for you. And then he switched to the alpha, which fair enough. Now Void on the Kadita. Kadita, we've all seen what the Kadita can do in this tournament, especially. They've been having some nice setups. We also saw a four-man set by a Kadita the other day. It was amazing. It was a masterpiece. And now Kermada on a hero that does resemble Kermada from Chota Bheem. We're getting a Chota Bheem reference here. This is Indian heritage. He's going for the Yuzong. What do you think about this, Baldudu? What do you think about these comps so far?
So the Roger is a mage. They have no magic damage, and that's just gonna make life so much easier for the front line. I mean, they just need to build an antique, and then they can stack maybe a dom. And Hylos is down for the count. So is Lapu. I mean, this is a very hit or miss comp because if Chara Boys does not get the advantage in the first 5 minutes of the game, if they're not like, picking up 2, 3 kills and like, converting that tempo into turret gold, letting Roger actually get kills, secure kills, this is not going to be a fun game in the late because they have no range clear apart from one Roger. Everybody else will have to get up close and personal and in the space of your the Kadita and wait, that's Kadita, right? Yeah, and the Kadita and on the Kalia and Kadita, yes. Oh god, I don't know why I started. For some reason I thought it was the Novaria that was picked until now. So I was like,
I
why did they pick up the Nova?
I think the Yuzong is AFK.
I guess that's it. It might be a mispick coming in with the Yuzong. Maybe that's the situation, but they really can't do anything about it because it happened during the draft and no pause was requested, I guess. But keeping that aside, in terms they've already secured a first kill for themselves, which is actually quite impressive. They were able to stop the gang coming in from the Kalia in place, and they instantly were able to clap back with the first blood. Despite the AFK, and it looks like Yuzong might have reconnected because we finally see him moving around in the match. And this is a mate. What lane is this Yuzong playing? I'm really not sure. Because he's going in to fill in on the Lapu, who is getting poked down right now. So I guess maybe they're gonna swap lanes and send the Lapu towards the mid lane.
Initially, by the way, I thought that maybe
Oh,
there looks like he
no,
might
he
end up
got
getting taken
caught.
down by Esmeralda here.
No, that lane swap was not a good idea because it was not smooth enough. They gave away all the info that the Yuzong is still at level 1, and he goes back to base once again. And speaking of back to base, Hylos gets poked very low. Unique Rai having to back off for now. CO getting poked down. The first turtle is up in the next second. The YSS is already over there. Yisanshin melting that turret. There is a set coming in from Void. He gets the kill with the rough waves. Unique Rai gets sent back to the base, but there's a response coming in. Zeus picks up win. The fight is still going on. Life clicks a trade that make it a double kill, but the turtle gets stolen away. I'm him coming in to give them the support that they need. Will Zeus come in for a re-engage? No, he does not. And with that, the fight comes to an end. It's a 3-for-3 score. But with the turtle coming in for the side of HAVOC, they will get the better trade. But there's an engage once again. Roger will not be able to dash away. The Lycan form is not enough to keep him alive. And with that, I am him showing up. He will take out Unique Rai once again. And this is not looking good for Chara boys.
It is indeed not looking good for the side of Chara boys right now. But I have to add this again that I initially thought in the draft, I was like, maybe they know something we don't. And with that pick, with that Yuzong pick, I thought they bamboozled us, but looks like they bamboozled themselves. And yeah, the start has not been the greatest so far. It looks like Talia will be picking them off, but Somi Limbu ends up taking down Win right here. Somi Limbu survived at low HP, and looks like Hylos and the Lapu Lapu will be going for more, but they're taking a lot of damage from this Erator right here, and it looks like there will be another team fight. It looked like they were going to back off for a second, but it looks like Life is there. Life is trying to deal some damage here with his Esmeralda. Now they'll all
Um,
be backing off for the time being.
Brilliant. What do you think, these guys need to do to get back in the fight? Because so far, despite having the better brawl comp, speaking of the brawl, there is an engage coming in. Zeus with the fight, picking up I'm him, and he gets sent back to the base. But Void catches 3 with the rough waves, turns the fight around completely, and it's only Unique Rai who will finally get caught off, allowing Life to pick up a double kill. And the performance from Void has been impeccable this game. He is on point. Life coming in for another set. Will they be able to get the kill? They get the mid turret. They're not able to capitalize on Lapu just yet. Pigeon, what does Chara boys need to get back?
I, I it's their comp, it's their draft. I don't see any magic damage except maybe the little bit of magic damage coming in from the side of Hylos, but I don't see how they're going to come back in this fight. Maybe they need to try to do something, maybe take more team fights in coming to these fights here and try to capitalize on the fact that they do have a lot of sustain, even though they might not have magic damage. That's the only way I see them winning it. Like right now, they're going to finish life here. Or Dark System ends up taking down life here. Now they're going for win at low HP here. Then ends up taking down the Roger. Then ends up taking down CEO of Dark System as well. And Shane ends up getting a triple kill onto Hylos here. Shane has been doing a lot of damage, by the way. He's 503. He knows that they have made a mistake. It looks like they will end up catching Alpha as well. Shane ends up with the monster kill onto the Alpha. Shane is logged in. Shane knows they have made a mistake. Shane will want to punish them. Shane knows he has a lot of damage as well. And it looks like Chara boys, they're just hanging onto a prayer.
Exactly, and that prayer is a very thin thread of hope right now. Their only hope right now is to wait for the side of HAVOC to make a mistake and make a costly mistake that would involve a big shutdown on Shane or maybe one on Life, because either these are the only two shutdowns that are going to give them sufficient gold and map presence to be in the fight. Because it's too risky to catch out Void. He is just too slippery right now, like an absolute eel. And speaking on the top side, Shane gets off another pick onto Unique Try, and it looks like this game might be all but over. Look at Life dancing around in the midst of 3, not afraid of the Alpha at all, and that's what the goal difference allows you to do. With an 8k goal difference, they're just walking on this map. They could dive in anytime they choose to. Look at Void's positioning. It looks like he is from the red team with the way he's engaging. And there is the set once again. The rough waves connects on Unique Ra. He gets caught off. Shane gets a double kill. Void makes it 3 for himself. Finally, as Life looking to set it up and end this game on the bot side. The Inspire gets popped, buying them some time. Life dropping in the recalls, and Somi gets sent back to base. Kirmara, I think, is lagging still, but he's just standing over there. And they've already sieged the base in less than 7 minutes. Is that a record in this tournament? I think this is a record for MLOS, or
I
it's
think it
close
is.
to it.
I think because the fastest fight or the fastest game I've seen so far has been the ABM game, the recent ABM game, which was like 10 minutes and 8 seconds. So this, if they
Yeah,
can
now
manage to end it in 8 or 9 minutes, this will be the fastest.
definitely. I mean, either they're going to compete for the record or they're going to play the low and slow game. But it looks like HAVOC does not want to wait any longer. There is the set. The rough waves could sit. Shane makes a kill. They're going to convert it all. Kidmana is just standing over there. It's a 4v5 and it's not in their favor at all. And looks like this just might be the end. Can they hit the 7:30 mark? Just by a second, they miss. But 7 minutes and 31 seconds. This is MLOS Season 2, Day 2 of the round of 32, and we've had our fastest game in just a little above 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes.
This was crazy, by the way, to say the least. I don't know what the conversation, if they were in a VC, what the conversation was going like when they didn't ask for a pause. And Kirmada was just AFK throughout the whole game. So that's something that would be really interesting to hear. But either way, a well-deserved win for the blue side here, with Shane dishing out a lot of damage. And what do you have to say about this, Baldudu?
I mean, like, there is, like, while it is a record for sure, and a hearty congratulations for Shane with that MVP. A lot of gold medals on that side. Actually, Zeus had a really good game from the side of Chara boys, but the draft along with one member just not available at that time is just impossible to really fight against regardless of your individual performance. And yeah, while there was a little crutch for the side of Havoc to able to pick up an easier win, the finishing it under 7.5 minutes still shows like this team is definitely one of the top contenders, and we will be seeing them in the next round of round of 16.
Welcome everyone to MLOS Season 2, Round of 32, Day 1. A 50,000 prize pool on the line here. This is brought to you by RRG Esports Syndicate, powered by Zenvy Visuals, co-powered by EFO, the Esports Federation of Odisha, and produced by RRG Production, with a special thanks to Mobile 5v5 Esports. Right now, we're going to be seeing these two sides battle it in the Land of Dawn. We're going to be watching Oath versus ALU right now. Now we're waiting for the bans coming in from the blue side. We're the first one to be taking his ban. Oh, the Worm has gone for the ban on Lancelot. S tier jungler, as we already know. And I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. This is your cast or host for the day, Fission. And right now, we're seeing ALU looking for the ban. The red side has gone for the Baxia ban. It looks like they both will be going for S tier jungle bans here. Both the sides have gone for S tier jungle banter. Now we'll be seeing Ace TZ banning a hero. Who will he be banning? There's a lot of interesting picks he could be banning. There's a lot of heroes still left. Maybe we'll be seeing a CC ban. Maybe we'll be seeing a Bane ban. Who knows? I guess we'll find out. And they have indeed gone for the CC ban here. We'll be seeing the CC ban. The CC, as we all know, it's a really versatile pick. Can go in the EXP lane, can go in the gold lane. So no one wants to face a CC. But there has been a few Obsidia picks. We haven't been seeing a lot of Obsidia picks. We know CC gold in the gold lane can counter Obsidia in the gold lane. But unfortunately, there has been previously in the past few days there has been no Obsidia picks in MLOS. But maybe we get to see one today. Who knows? And there is Sopranos raid with the ban on Angela. They have banned out one of the meta or buffed roamers in this patch. So a really good ban, a really common ban for this meta. And now on to IU. Let's see who he will be banning right now. And right now, IU is taking his sweet time to ban. He goes for the ban on Xborg. Xborg, as we all know, is really good against tankier heroes, a sustained comms. He will maybe we see the side of Oath pick up a sustained comp. And right now, onto the side of Alu featuring Fry. Who will they be banning? Eugen is the next one up to be banning a pick. And now we'll be seeing the next ban coming in from the side of Alu featuring Fry. Who will they be banning now? They're on to 6 seconds. They're six. Alice ban, a really good ban, a sustained hero, but they've already banned out the Angela. So even though it does still make sense, Alice is still really good after the revamp. It's like there won't be that much sustain. They could have banned out the Grok. There's a lot of heroes that I wanted to see being banned or I expected to be banned here, but it looks like they won't be getting banned. There's still the Grok left. There's still the Yeast and Shin left. There's still a lot of solid, really solid picks left here to be banned. So maybe we see them being banned right now. A lot of people, by the way. I'm also checking the chat out. The chat is currently they have some are going for Alu featuring Fry, or like some are going for Oath to win. It's split between both the teams. There's fans from both the sides here, but Worm ends up picking the Bane. Will this be a Bane goal lane pick? Is what I need to see. Is what I'm interested in watching right now because he does not have a retreat. He has a flicker, so maybe he's going for that Bane goal lane pick. We already know Bane with that magic damage in this current patch and this current meta is amazing and is a really threatening hero. So no one wants to face that magic damage, but it looks like Worm wants to show them the power of this magic damage. And by the way, Eugen has gone for this Zushin pick. Now Sopranos Raid will be making his pick for the side of Alu featuring Fryhair. He'll be going for that Grok, it seems like. Sopranos Raid on that Grok. He will be raiding a lot of people with that Grok pick. By the way, guys, Right now, I'm joined by my fellow talented caster on the casting desk called Axo. Welcome, 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 Axo. How do you think about what do you think about these bands and picks right here? And please introduce yourself to the stream.
Well, of course, hello there, Pishan. I'm here to witness here is a clash between the team that and team what blue versus team red. I'm late about this match. Can you just tell me about it? And like I can see that they have picked up so many meta here, so it's a good thing they pick up, but the option is still there, and I'm guessing they are picking up a good optional heroes here. Hello there, Pishan. You there?
Yes, I'm there. So right now, as you know, Axel, I'll just give you a quick heads up here and catch you up with
Yeah.
this. The blue team is called Oath. They're a really good side, and the red side is called Arlu featuring Fry. These bans and picks that we're seeing right here, they've the blue side Oath have banned out the Lancelot, CC, and the Xbox as we can see, and Alice, Angela, and Baxter being on the side of Alu featuring Fry here. Right now, Oath has ended up picking the Yuzong and the Hylos, which you already know. They're really good picks. Yuzong early game, really strong. And Hylos, as we all know, is a really good roamer. Plus, Mimir picking out the Lapu Lapu at S tier EXP laner. What do you think about these picks so far?
For the early, yeah, Lapu Lapu has so much about it, but the ASTZ by Old picking up the Yuzong kind of bit in a mid progress, it will be a kind of harsh for Lapu Lapu to handle because Lapu Lapu cannot handle the lifesteal coming out from the Yuzong because it can steal out the lifesteal and goes with the damage also. Even with that, they got the tanky aggressive heroes that are very uh, interesting to initiate a fight, engage in a perfect combination here. So I guess they pick up those heroes that could be capable of making a team fight that will have a durability here. But in the other side, we can see that the red team, Team Alu, has picked up the Zusin, Grok, and Lapu Lapu at the hand. But picking up Grok could be situational, but Zusin at the late game, it might not very work well. I'm guessing for that, they should pick another hero better than Zusin. But let's see, I think because of their thoughts that using would work out with a good combo with Grok. I guess so.
And now we've also seen the bans on Kimmy and Fredrin coming from the side of Alu featuring Spry, while Nathan and Hayabusa have been banned from the side of Oath. Now, we'll be seeing what Scene will be picking up for the side of Alu featuring Spry. Wait, it looks like he ends up swapping Kira TZ onto the Yisun Shin. Yisun Shin, a really, really good pick, as we all know in this current meta. Yisun Shin is an S tier jungler. Wow, right now we'll be seeing the picks coming in from the side of Sato and Super Scow. Who will they be picking up? It looks like these are really interesting bans. I think the side of Alu featuring Fry did not want knew the Fredrin is a counter to heroes like Yi Sen Shin, so they just ended up banning him. Just so Kira TZ can be under no pressure here. Wow, now will be picking up the Esmeralda, it seems like, and Super Skull on the Sicilian. Both of these heroes, Sato on the Esmeralda can take out a lot of HP from the side of Mimir and Sopranos raid. Wow, Super Scout switching to the Erato, which is a crazy pick. With a lot of damage, a lot of offensive heroes here on the side of Oath. Wow, Cian. It looks like it'll be really interesting to see who Cian picks. What do you think about these picks so far now, Axel?
So far, I think that the team Old has picked up the most sustainable heroes and durable heroes. But other side, you can see that YSS and at the point they should pick up the hero that could melt down like a Golan who could easily adapt to uh make a maintain with the team also. I think Cloud could work, but meanwhile I can see that it could be happen with that Ixia also. There is a Moscow also that they could pick out for if they got okay, they pick a Cloud. I can see that they're going out with that chilling vibe with her. And for the harassment, for the I guess for Irrital, but since the Irrital has a range, Cloud must be careful about that. But with that Regency, it could not be helped because Hylos is there. A lot of sustain durability which could make a lot of effect in a goal lane because yeah, he might not extend much more than he knows how to like counter the Irrital. But yeah, maybe the team fight will be aggressive here. What do you think, Pishan,
We
about
also
team
saw
fight? And, yeah.
we also saw Worm and Super Skull swapping between the Eratel and the Bane here. So it looks like that this Bane
Hmm.
might not be a gold lane pick, as I said initially. It might be a mid laner pick. While we see Yuzong on. Wait, I think Esmeralda might be the mid lane pick here. Esmeralda is the jungler, sorry. I mean, the Bane will be the mid lane pick. It needs Yuzong going in the EXP lane, Hylos in the roam. The Bane mid lane is an interesting pick for me. I've not seen it so far yet. So far, I don't know if you have, Axel, but personally, me, I have not seen a Bane being picked in the mid lane just yet in this tournament, and this is something really interesting for me. But I think the side of Alu featuring Fry, both these sides are really strong, so it could go either way.
Yeah, it's new. The experiment with band works well. I tried that with my friends, and yeah, I think the band pickup for mid lane is good. But the thing is that the mid lane could not engage much or less, because Susan might have the trouble keeping up that bane pressure here. And most of a while, there is a help coming up from the team red here. I think YSS need a help from Cloud, but still he would not need to lag about the goal, because it should be taken out when it got wait. There is a situational shift there in the mid lane here. Halus is checking out with that information, but picking up that information a while, the Susan would interrupt that. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. Yeah.
Now we're seeing Ace TZ and Mimir going to contest for this EXP crab here. It looks like Lapu Lapu was just gonna watch him and try to get it, but Lapu, who did that go to? I think that went to the Lapu Lapu, if I'm not wrong. And it looks like Hylos in the top lane here, but he gets spotted by the Claude. Claude knew where he was. Claude knew he was getting. He had some sense of danger there. He had his spidey sense of tingling right there, and he managed to catch out the Hylos right here. But it looks like there will be something going in the mid lane. Zushin and the Grok trying to
Yeah,
push.
decent play out. I mean, yeah, a decent information giving and roaming here. The center of the playoff is Grok here, but since the Grok is not taking out the goal lane, it might be trouble if the pressures coming out from the team blue would be up to a Cloud here. But at this point, Ben is stuck here at the moment and goes out wild at the point. He got the punishment for being extensive. So maybe he should take a while. Without the team, he could not he should not engage. I mean, the
What
rundown would be there. Yeah.
And yeah, yes, what a smack coming in from Soprano's raid, by the way. The way he didn't let him go back in the third and he just smacked him back to secure the kill onto Super Scout was amazing. Wuzong coming in with the Black Dragon. Well, he is hovering over the memory. Managed to steal the Lord, the turtle for the side of Alu featuring Fry here. Looks like Zushin will be causing a lot of trouble to Sato the way he picks him. Ace Neasy ends up taking down the Yisun Shin
Oh,
as well.
yeah. But a good pickup coming out from Team Red here, because stealing up turtle could not be manageable if the team could able to make that possible way. But it's still the thing that they got lucky at the picking up the turtle here, because the blue team had most of a while with it. You can say that they have much more to gain from them. Like you get the brush, you get the jump from Esmeralda, and you get the Yusong Dragon here. But meanwhile, they got the turtle. And that's a great thing for a gold. Little bit for much, not that much, but yeah, it's good. The Irrital is giving up the lane for now, but he's sticking with the lane. And Halus is giving up the information, giving up the help here. But here goes the Yuzong is kind of bit in trouble, but he's playing safe here.
Looks like they'll be trying to catch the silos, but to no avail since Zushin did manage to pick him towards bring him towards the side of Alavitra and Fry, but it looks like he will be escaping here. Hylos currently providing vision onto the Grok and the Cloud here. Wow, we see Ace TZ and Lapu Lapu battling it out with the patience, with a lot of patience in the bottom lane. Mimir is 1-0-0. Wow. Wait, there will be a fight here. Instead, looks like Zushin wants to go for Sato. Zushin ends up catching Sato, but Sato is really low HP. Manages to fight. Zushin ends up taking down Sato right here. And Super Scout, what is he doing? Does he want to escape? Does he not want to escape? Lapu Lapu catches him. And it looks like he's really low HP, but he managed to flicker it out. And it looks like HTZ will be coming into his side to help his side. HTZ ends up taking down Sopranos Raid right here. HTZ doing a lot of damage with the Yuzong pick. Zushin trying to take him down right here. It looks like Ayu is really low HP, but will be in the match to survive here. What do you think about this fight, Axel?
Yeah, it's just a way that they chose to have a team fight, and like when it comes to team fight, the ranger was there with the Juzin, and it comes that he able to pick up the airtail at the point, and the both team were like stuck there, not able to get out, but they get the kills, they get out the team, they get out the players in the way. But here goes the round down in the turtle position here. Like there goes the another goes for turtles, the second turtle for a team red here. I guess the team Supernos or the team Alu is playing very good, and most of the time the Irrital is not even attentive to his lane.
Indeed, and it looks like he's in a lot of trouble. The Yuzong is in a lot of trouble. Lapu doing a lot of damage to him. Yujin ends up taking down the Yuzong here. He has managed to pay for his aggressiveness. The Jushin wanted to punish him, managed to punish him with the help of Lapu. Now, it looks like Kintizi going for Worm right here, doing a lot of damage. Claude comes in with the Kintizi ends up taking down the Ritter right here. Now, will they be going for the Lapu? Yishan wants more. Yishan going for the Esmeralda and the Hylos. Ringu ends up taking down the Turtle Fiend, ends up taking down Sato right here. And looks like Ayu will manage to survive from this onslaught coming towards from the side of Alu featuring Fry.
Exactly at the point that there is a lot of aggression going out from the team blue here. Yuzong is getting out his space out from his lane, and now the start of the team red is just aggression here. They're occupying mostly from the blue team here. They're not having a resources quite a while for now, but it's going pretty well because once they're not engaging so much, the blue team is not engaging so much, but still the red is giving the aggression fighting back here. And okay, just a wild back there. It was a good shot from a band, and now the black dragon has come out from exactly. The Hylos is just running away, and I think it would be caught for him to survive. I think he would survive. No, he didn't survive. That was a good push up and the good dive in from a team red here. I guess the team red is playing so much better here because of the aggression coming out from the early map sense they have got.
Now, Jisoo Shin going to be doing this turtle dance alone. There's no dancer. He's just waltzing. He just wants this turtle for this side of Alu featuring Fire. And he will be managing to secure it without the use of any retribution here. And he will be using his oath to give the location of the side of oath for his team.
Exactly, and even though that they don't have that micro or macro position, the blue team that they have micro position, they should put it up to macro and macro position as a discipline here. But it goes a while that the team engaged started against them, and just a while that drops up for a team Super Skull to have not aware about that attack. Since seems like Hilo Scott also at the low HP here, but he survived. But the Super Skull did not survive here.
Super Sky and Sato, by the way, having a nightmare of a game. They're both 0-3-0. It looks like they're going hand in hand. They might as well be Siamese twins the way they're playing. Because KinTZ ends up taking down the Retail here. KinTZ wants more. They're going for Ayu right now. Ayu really low HP, will manage to survive here. A wall coming in from the side of Soprano's raid, but that will not be stopping Ayu from running away. And KinTZ taking down the turret for the side of Alu featuring Fry here. Ace DZ trying to maintain his distance, but will they be able to catch Sato? Sato really low HP. Sato down to half his health. Kinetizi trying to take this red buff from the side of Oath right now. He wants it all. He will not be letting this domination slide from the hands of Alu featuring Fry. They have an 8K goal lead right now, by the way, Axel. What do you think will happen now?
Yeah, they have the 8K goal lead, and what is happening here? They have all they have got the sustained durability. I mean, they have so much to engage, but at the meanwhile they just gave out at irrital. The point is that when you gave out the lane, you might have a problem with having a goal lead or having a that's the changes of that lane possibility could not have. Okay, there goes the Grok tectonic charge, and where is that? Oh no, Susan has got that Crimson ultimate, and now the Black Dragon is not able to escape here. Just got out. The Lord is out at the point, and will they able to contest the Lord? Is there any way? No, there is no any way. There is no. There's engagement coming up from a red team, and here goes out Esmeralda at the hand of a red team. Just not a good thing for a blue team to engage, but still they got it. The church of from the Grok was ultimately just at the point where they were at having aggression here. But meanwhile, they got the Lord here. I guess the red team will engage with the Lord, but the meanwhile the Lord engaged. The team is one here, so I think it would be late for contesting for a Lord here for a blue team.
It looks like Alu featuring Fry will be managed to secure that will be easily managed to secure this Lord here. For a minute it looked like Super Scar with that setup with his ult. He might have managed to turn this game around, but it wasn't meant to be, as Soprano great on the side of Alu featuring Fry did manage to still capitalize on it and get a 4-man kill with only one of the members of Oath remaining right there, as we saw it all happen. And right now Zushin trying to spot someone, but there is no one so far in any of those bushes while the Lord marching down the mid lane. Now we can see the goal gap between these players right here. It's a crazy goal gap. We can all see it. It's like it's a 10k 10.4k goal gap between the two teams, and I guess Alu featuring Fire will be looking to capitalize on this lead that they have. The Lord has been marching down easily, strutting down his way in the mid lane
No
now.
protection. Yeah. No. It's starting again, and here goes the furious fight against the team blue here. The Lord is in charge. There goes the tectonic charge coming up from Brock here, and right at the positions. This is not a good thing for a team red to engage. I guess the Yuzong got its team to make it work out here, because at the point they were just not able to make a defense here, but they still had got Yuzong that keeps the life still good, and he did not survive, but he still gave a good impact fighting here at the point to defend against the red team.
Kinitizi now has to retreat, unfortunately. Kinitizi wanted to go for more. Kinitizi is getting greedy. We can see he's bloodthirsty. He was going to go for the Riddle, but he took a lot of damage from the Riddle, and he is trying to escape now. Wow, the side of Oath trying to clear this mid lane. And the side of Alufi trying to play it safe. Seen going to be a bit aggressive right here. He's going to go try to spot them. And he knows Sato is there while Ayu having Lapu ends up catching Sato. A wild charge coming in from the side of Walker. Seen ends up taking down Superstar. Soprano Straight ends up taking down Desmeralda right there. Now they'll be chasing this side. These players from the side of Oath. Look like Ayu will be getting caught. Indeed, Yuji managed to take down High Loss. Now only two players from the side of Oath remaining. It's just Worm and Ace TZ. But will they be enough? Looks like another one getting taken down. Ace TZ in a lot of trouble. Worm in a lot of trouble as well. Worms end up taking down the Yi Shen Chen. It looks like Scene will be end up taking down the Yu Zhuang. Wow, Soprano managed to confirm the kill on to the Rizzo. Now it's just the side of Alu featuring Fry and this base crystal left right here. What a game! They have managed to, but it looks like Sato will have something to say as well. Actually, look at this.
Oh no, the kingdom will be falling for a team. I guess not so ever, but it's protecting its kingdom a while at now. Just at the point where the cloud was engaging for the end, the Esmeralda got him up. What a play here! What a play here! Pigeon is just getting interesting here. At the end of a position, they could win up, but still they couldn't at the point where the Esmeralda got its burst damage against the cloud and eliminate the cloud here. But meanwhile, the Lord is contesting here. Maybe the team blue will have the opportunity, or maybe the team red will have the opportunity to steal up that turtle because the team is not there, but still catchy for the YSS here. And the engage coming out from the team is just early enough. I guess Irtel might be caught up here by Lapu Lapu, and here goes the YSS down, but not able to get that retribution from, and that it was steal from the Esmeralda here. Oh my gosh.
What a plot twist indeed, Axel. It looked like, for a second, it looked like Alu featuring Fried was going to end it all. They had it all in the palm of their hands, but they managed to lose it. Because when Super Sky came in, he was like, I have different plans. I don't want this game to just end it right here. I don't want it to be one of the fastest games in MLOS Season 2. I just want to play a bit more. I want to lock in. I still have a chance, and we will have a chance because now the side of Oath have managed to confirm the Lord for their side. Well, Sato going for Eugen, but it looks like Soprano's Raid, the one who will be getting caught offside here. But Soprano's Raid has some other plans. He ends up taking down the Yuzon instead. Now it looks like the fight has switched. But Soprano's Raid really low HP. Eugen trying to catch them. Eugen trying to distract them from picking off Soprano's Raid and the Lapu Lapu. Maybe Lapu Lapu lands. Ultimate on Sato. Ayu here. Looks like Zenvy will end up taking down the Bane. And Kinitizi taking down Ayu as well. What a turn of events here, Axel.
Yeah, the only the I can I get that the minion has not engaged, but still they are engaging and extending. This is not okay. That was not a good option for team fight here, because the minions are not there, and the Lord, they have not been taken care of since they just attacked that unexpectedly unfair. Like, the thing is that without any sort of engagement, they engage at the right point, but still they should not be aware of that, taking care of the Lord here. It could be a thing that but the durability couldn't catch up the team to increase their they're pulling out the minions and the lanes clearance. I guess they should pick up the players first, and then they could engage with that lane clearance, I guess, though. All right.
Now
Since
it
it's
looks
just
like
a combat. Yeah.
both the sides playing really patiently. They know this fight could go either way. The tide could be turned at any given moment. One of the teams makes a mistake and it could all go down for the worst for one of these sides. But it looks like Alu featuring Fry will be trying to maintain this. They are playing really, really compactly. Their team presence, they have 2 in the top lane, they have 3 in the bot lane. It looks like they have a plan here. They don't want this game to end so fast. They still know they have this huge goal gap. They will be managing to still capitalize on it. They still want to win this all.
While the team has the pick up the good item here, but since the Irrital doesn't pick up that item that could melt down the tanks, it's possible that the Cloud may engage much more than having the melting out the team fight from the team blue here, because Esmeralda is just taking up the damage bill, and here at the point he does not. I think he's just not getting a right item here at the point when Esmeralda is out. The Irrital is out, it would be a problem, because he's not taking a right item here at the point. And the Lord goes up for the red team. The engagement, the flip is, I think, getting aggression here. Just a while they just get a charge with that occupying their lane and defense. But here goes out the red team, taking out the Lord and making them not to go outside their kingdom, their lane.
You're indeed correct, by the way. Now we see Alu featuring Pride. They know last time they lost the Lord, they could have ended it early. They didn't want to lose this Lord,
Yeah.
this one Lord. They managed to secure the Lord. Lord marching down in the mid lane. And now I think Alu featuring Pride would want to end this all once and for all right here. So this team fight is going to be really crucial for these two sides. Will Alu featuring Fry be able to secure this win for their side, or will Old have something to say? Kinitizi taking down the top in the third. Yuzong coming in with the Black Dragon, and now five for the third. There's a bro. Super Cat ends up taking down the Yusin right here. Now on 2 more onto the chopping block. Zushin trying to take down this HTZ. Mimir ends up taking down HTZ instead. They're going for the Lord. They're trying to end this Lord, defend against this Lord right here. But Sato very low HP. Claude with the ult, coming in with the ult. Eugen ends up taking down Sato, and 15 ends up taking down the Hylos as well. Now Worm really low HP. Worm trying to catch Zushin. Zushin ends up getting caught, but it looks like it'll be all and over for the side of Oath because now the win has been secured by Alu featuring Fry. What a battle! What a 5v5, bro! What do you think about this game, Axel?
Yeah, I think the aggression was there, but at the position that a team or didn't take the initiative to fight welfare with the team, because at the point they lost the gaps here, they lost the goal here, they lost all the majorities of winning here, but they able to defend at the late game, and the probability that the it could be an end, but they defend it somehow. But the team the team red, the team alu, they take out initial attacks, and mostly they just wake up with the team. I thought this would be a wake up for a team odd, but still the team alu has taken over the game mostly at the time from the early to the late, and here goes their items were built a must to initiate them because they've been like farming goal a lot than most of the time when Odd was taking an advantage of making a fight there. But yeah, here goes the team. Alu, congratulations for the next round, and I guess this will be uh countdown for the team Odd for another match with another uh to regain their comeback here.
What a match and what an analysis by my co-host Axel indeed. But these were your hosts for this game, Fission and Axel, and now we'll be going on to a short break. Welcome back to MLOS Season 2, everybody. This is round of 32, day one. The 50,000 prize pool on the right here, brought to you by RRG Esports Syndicate, powered by Zenvy Visuals, co-powered by EFO, the Esports Federation of Odisha, produced by RRG Productions, with a special thanks to Mobile 5v5 Esports. And we are your casters for this game. It is Fission and the very talented Axel with me as the other host here.
Hello there, Pigeon. How are you? Like, it's been a break here when we are back together again, and we can see that the team is C was 18 versus TNT. I guess it could be a girl who is playing this other side here, the blue team, and the red side, it would be boys here. I can see that. I guess they are all girls here. But here goes out CC for picking out the CC. It's just a good thing. It's in the meta, but here right now, it can be countered back by many options of EXP here. But maybe they are struggled enough to maintain against CC here. But here goes the Lancelot out from a team red here. I guess it might, yeah, it's a good thing that it's just not a catchy enough to take down the Lancelot here, and they pick up the good heroes ban here. Look at the Gato Gacha is banned here. It's been a like I don't see Gato Gacha banned most occasionally, but here goes the Gato Gacha from C was 18 team here, and Ray team. I think they would pick up EXP or Mage here because a lot of option is there. I guess Lapulafu. I guess they could pick up the Yuzong here. I guess they could pick out mostly a Parsa Kadita or anything they want to pick up the YSS also. What do you think about that, Pisan?
You're indeed right. Gatot Kacha. We haven't seen a Gatot Kacha being banned a lot of the times, but Gatot Kacha is a good pick still. And it's a flex pick as well. You can play it in the EXP. You can play it in the roam. CC flex pick again. You can play it in this meta. You can play her in the goal lane as well. A situational pick, but still a flex pick indeed because you can play it her on the EXP lane while also being able to be utilized on the goal lane. Zushin being banned out here by the side of 18. Wow, we see Alice being banned at the side of TNT here. Alice, a lot of sustain. We already know what Alice can do. We already know what kind of sustain is provided by an Alice, especially when the Alice is going zooming to the back line and getting these kills with the sustain. So it is really hard to take Alice down. While we also see a Grog being banned by the side of TNT here. After revamp Grog, we don't really have to say much. Like if me and Axel just said, okay, the Grok has been banned. I think everyone in chat would be like, we already know why the Grok has been banned. The Grok is a really solid pick with the wild charges coming in. Most of the Grok players in this tournament, if not all, have been really, really successful with these Grok picks. While we see the first player of 18 pick, Angela. Angela, very solid pick. S tier, buffed. So we already know what that means. Going to be providing a lot of sustain, but what is interesting to see here is the Angela the mid laner or the roamer. But I guess we'll find out, won't we, Axel?
Yeah, definitely. You get that Angela out. You get the pick out for Angela. It could be a trouble because the cooldown is there for Angela here, and new meta, a new. I mean not a new meta, but a new buff, a new way to use Angela most given by the MLBB here is that the Angela will be out there keeping up that ultimate cooldown very long terms in the process which could like gain back with the cooldown here. So it is a good thing to pick up that Angela here. And the other side we can see that Lapu Lapu and Kala is fake. I mean the Kala is a good thing, but as for engagement with the team fight, it cannot go uh solo against the team if they counter back with the hilos, or if they counter back with the most durability hero which can engage with the mage here. So I guess Kalia pickups is a good thing, but still they should take a while gas here to pick up that. But at the point, the front line should be variable for the team, and I guess the mid lane for Angela here, because the Kaza is picked up from a team blue C. She has 18. Can we on here and Pruti Fanny. They pick up that R load here for EXP. I mean the R load can pick up that final slash against the team, but of course it's not good for Lapu Lapu. When it comes to Lapu Lapu wins against Arlo because the sustenance is much more better than Arlo here, Vision.
Yeah, I agree. We see the Kaja, like you said, being picked up by Ken. Fruity going for the Arlor. The Arlor, these final slashes could be deadly for the side of TNT here, but will the Arlor be able to utilize these final slashes, or will these final slashes end up catching no one but a Natalia from a different game and re-helium on that Kalea here? We already know what a Kalea can do, and we don't really have to say much. We just have to see who will the Kalea be picking off and who will the Kalea look to shut down in this game. While Sama on the Lapu Lapu S tier EXP laner, Lapu Lapu really consistent laner in this meta. It's like only barely a few heroes can counter the Lapu Lapu. Once the Lapu Lapu is out there, once the Lapu Lapu is logged in, it's really hard to shut this hero down. While it's Bora on the Yi Senshin, an S tier jungler. So it's really interesting. Will the side of 18 be going for their Fredrin pick to counter him, or will the side of TNT be banning the Fredrin and Baxia? Baxia has already been banned, but they could also ban the Fredrin out so that there's no one to counter on the level on the S tier level for this season. Shinher. Also, 18 has managed to ban the Granger right now. The Granger, the Sky Piercer stacks. Maybe Granger might not be a S tier MM right now, but still a really lethal MM in the goal lane with the Sky Piercer stacks. If the he managed to get the Sky Piercer stacks, it's completely on Granger's side with the damage he deals with his ult. And Nathan being banned out as well by the side of 18. Wow, the side of TNT Esports has managed to ban out the Akai here. What do you think about these
You
bans
know,
so far, Axel?
the ban is cooperated, but still a lot of option for marksman is still out there. You can pick up the irritor, you can pick up the 1-1 here, you can pick up whatsoever obsidian here. And the thing is that the team uh blue, the team was 18, they didn't have that like they didn't ban out the most of the marksmen that are open here. I think they're gonna go with trading here, but the goal lane should be careful picking up that. I think 1-1 would work here, so probably they could pick up 1-1 or 8 here conditionally. And other side, you can see the Ludox as a mage here, and yeah, at these situations, Ludox can give a marksman damage, a burst damage. Okay, this could be it. I guess there is no marksman, or they're just playing with that. I think EXP laning system here. I guess I don't know about what to expect here, but here I'm seeing that Pobius is trying to
Yeah,
pick in by
so
TNT here.
so
Yeah.
actually, the Lunox is the MM right now against this Brody right there, here from the side of 18. While we see Flower picking out the Fredrin to counter this Jisun Shin. And we see uh, Phobius also being picked out here. So it's the interesting thing to see here is the Phobius roamer? Are they going for a Phobius roam? Because Lapu Lapu is strong in EXP, but we haven't seen the Lapu Lapu roam being utilized there. So it is probably a Phobius in the roam while we have the Lunox in the goal lane. Lunox in the goal lane, we all know what a Lunox in the goal lane can do. Or maybe it's something unorthodox. Maybe they could be doing something like where the Lunox is the mid laner and one of these fighters is the goal laner, because we have seen this a few times now, the fighter being played in the MM lane and Yi Sun Shin being used as a hybrid MM slash jungler, because we all know Yi Sun Shin is a marksman and an assassin. So Yi Sun Shin can indeed have bring the damage needed from a side to that they won't be needing MM. So this is what is interesting to see for me. I just want to know. I think you were kind of confused as well. Are we going to see a Lunox in the MM lane, or are we going to see something like a Phobius or a Lap in the MM lane right now? But right now we're going into the land of dawn, and
5 seconds
we will be
till the
finding
enemy
all
reaches the
the
battle
answers to our
field.
questions right here.
Smash them! All
Let me
troops
tell you about
deployed!
this situation here. I guess the team TNT has picked up that MMS Lunox here. I don't know. It could be no. It's a lot fluffy here, but the thing is that the works with that they don't need a marksman already. They have the marksman already here as a YSS at the position as a hyper also. But the thing is that Lunox will be as a burst damage here because Angela couldn't give a damage, but he can give a healing for the team at the point. But they pick up the sustenance to manage that systems of making the team more durability easier. But at the meanwhile, if they goes out with that if the Kaja goes out with that rotation here, I think the Kalia might have opportunity to catch it out and make it with the combo with the Lunox here. I guess that's the way they plan it, and that's the way they're gonna play here.
That indeed does look to be the case because this Phobius will not be leaving the R-Lot. This Phobius knows what he needs to do to take care of this R-Lot right now. But we see the Lapu Lapu being really safe. He knows he's not an MM. He does not really have that range. He just has a skill to do a bit of damage, a range damage to this Brody here. So he will be playing it safe, taking his time patiently while trying to poke these minions out. While we also see the Kaja and the Fredrin in the bot lane trying to give a little bit more support to this Brody because they know a Lapu Lapu S tier hero. They don't want this Lapu Lapu to get fed. If the
Mhm.
Lapu Lapu is fed, we all know what a Lapu Lapu can do, right, Axel? So what do you think about
Yeah,
this?
eh, I think it's yeah, a good suggestion here. But once the Brody is out from the game, from the goal lane, it might be a problem for the blue team to engage a fight here because the only background thing they could witness here with the team fight is that Brody would be the good choice to get defended. Here goes out the melting point from the team red here. Arlot is down, and probably the Predator was going to get like a safe, like a board could happen, but still he's able to escape here and got the turtle. No, no, I mean the red team got the turtle here. Sorry for that. And just meanwhile, at the point, they just took they just took out that Fredin here. Pigeon. This is not looking good for a team, blue team here.
This is like the legend Castillo says, this is not looking good, Brev. But it looked like as soon as they took out the R-Lot, the side of TNT wasted no time in taking this neutral objective of Turtle down. Right now, we'll be seeing the Kaja being pressurized. The Kaja was down to 50% health, but he had managed to survive as well. R-Lot and Phobius going head to head in the top lane as well. Wow, Eastern Chen trying to utilize this lead since wait, he ends up catching the Angela, but the Angela managed to survive here. It looked like since Flower is already 0-1-0, while Sama on that Yi Senchin is 1-0-1, he will waste no time to get a level gap. But it looks like both of them are level 6 at the moment, but he does want to outfarm him, does want to capitalize on it. We already know what Yi Senchin can do, one of the fastest junglers in the game. Or, yeah, and he will be looking to farm as much as possible to build up a lead. While we also see Lapu and Brody going head to head, and like Akil said, Brody doing a lot of damage to the Lapu right now, but Fruity in a lot of trouble. Phovius going for him as well, and Yi Sun Shin coming into the aid of this Phovius as well, but the Angela comes in to protect his friend.
This could be not looking good for Predin here. He could be out for the Predin, and mostly the Angela couldn't help because only he can engage and help out the team. The only player he could ever wish to get on, but still the team is just having an aggression here. A bit of wild, and I guess the Brody is not looking after his lane. If he goes out in trouble, it could be all together.
Looks like low HP. Brody ends up catching Bora. Wow. He falls down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And now it looks like Fiero will be tanking this damage. So they stop or they don't follow his teammates. And now we see Kaja trying to poke them a bit, but to no avail. He did not do much damage. And also Kalea was trying to distract Flower from getting the red buff, but Flower managed to secure it and ended up using his red tree. Now the side of TNT will be going for this turtle right here, which they will have no contention over because the side of 18 didn't want this turtle. They were like, we already used the red tree, we cannot go for it anymore. And this does not look like a favorable battle for us. So they did not go for it. But right now we see Lapu and Folius combining in the bot lane. What is going on? It looks like they'll be providing double or triple the sustain since Kalea is there as well. They're trying to go for this Brody. They're going to try to catch this Brody off guard. Well, wow, Kalea managed to catch the Kaja here. But Kaja in a lot of trouble. What kind of damage coming from the side of Lal Babu? And they end up taking him down. Now the Brody in between four members of TNT. Brody will end up getting caught by Fiero and the Phobius. What a tower dive by the side of TNT onto the Brody. They were saying he's been doing a bit too much damage. We need to take care of him right now, and they did manage to take care of him.
Yeah, At the end of the day, Angela could not help the team. Like he can only get to the one player who could get on to. He could like get on the player and help out, but he could not get the other team out from when it's having a team fight here. But Kaja is there, is not looking good. At he's giving a gap for a team here because Kalia is on charge, looking at the information that Kaja is going and taking a tsunami slam out of him. And wait a minute, this is going out for itemization like I mean the Lapu Lapu is not having the benefit as Toe, but still they are working out with the combo here. But YSS with the goal lead will able to melt down that fade in, and of course it will be possible if they pick up the Brody. And nope, it's gonna be a dive in right now. It's gonna be down for Brody here. Other goes out for Angela. It could be out for Arlo also. It could be out for Kaja. A good hand dive in by Team Red here, TNT.
A total wipe out by TNT onto the side of 18 here. They managed to take down all the players of the side of 18, and they are bloodthirsty. By the way, this Lapu, the way he was going in, he wanted more. He was half thirsty. He was greedy. He wanted all those kills, and he did manage to get a kill, but he also did manage to end up getting taken down by the damage coming in. And now, right now, they'll be going. The side of TNT will be going for to secure this turtle without any contention yet again, and they have managed to secure this turtle for their side right here. Wow. Meanwhile, we see 18 trying to play it a bit more safer. Now they're going to go all out as a squad together. They don't wanna go away from each other because they know they've been getting picked off right here. So they would want to not do go through this mistake again. They don't want
Yeah.
for these mistakes to happen again, Axel.
Yeah, they don't want to make that mistake again. And here goes out Tsunami Slam, and Angela is giving out the heal, but at the meanwhile they cannot engage here much or more because the damage coming up from the red team is just much more with the item coming up from the red team. It's just full. I guess half of it is done, but still for blue team, not even a half is done here because they are like getting the gold very short at the moment because the team red is occupying all the lane here at the 8 minutes game here. Just 8 minute games at a short time, they're able to take out the lanes, they're able to clear out the objectives, and they're able to take down the team blue here. What is going on here? I guess it's not working out with the combo here. Here goes out the play-in. Angela couldn't help out at the point. Brody is just having a gap here, and he couldn't take in much or more or less. And here goes out. I guess it could be probably for the no. Brody is out, and Lapu Lapu. No, I mean the Pobius was trying to engage extend, and for it got. I guess it will be the. I guess it will be the end here.
And it looks like
No.
Fruity and Pans were ended up taking down. It looks like there's a lot of regret coming in from the Fredrin. He's 0-4-1 right now. He doesn't want this game. He doesn't like the way this game has been going on right here. Arlo on the 1-4-1 and Pans as well. This trio of names, by the way, Flower, Fruity, and Pans, like they're on the same page, kind of, because they're 1-4-1 and 0-4-1. So it looks like they would. This is a nightmare for them. This is a complete nightmare for this side of 18 here. Wow, Sama has been steamrolling. He's 8-0-4. He is under no pressure. He knows what he can do on this Eastern Shin. He knows the only counter to him in the jungle, Fredrin, is having a game that he would want to forget right here. And the side of 18 trying to hold on to something, trying to hold on to some sort of hope here. They're trying to play together and they're just trying to clear these waves. They know they've lost this Lord as well. So they will be looking to defend this. Wow, Lal Babu kind of aura farming on this side here. Can if there was no copyright, there would be that song playing, the Young Red song playing right here, because he's been aura farming like the aura farming kid, and he's emoting on them too. What is this man doing? Why is he stunting on them so hard? Like, calm down, boy. Like, brother, like, you gotta calm down. This ain't fair. We know you're 515. You have a huge 8K gap, but you can't be doing this to them. They have a family. They have people to look forward to. Like, come on, bruh.
Yeah. And for a meanwhile, I guess the team blue is struggling to have that engagement, have the fight with the team red here because of the position they have got here. And I guess they slip off.
And looks like it'll be a total and complete domination by the side of TNT coming here, and a well-deserved win to this side. Unfortunately, 18, they did try to hold on, but it wasn't enough for them. What do you think about this game, Axel, and the result?
And good evening, guys. We are in the fifth game of the MLOS Season 2, the round of 32. This is going to be the day 2. And yes, guys, a huge shout out to RRG Esports Syndicate for bringing this tournament. And this tournament is going to be powered by none other than Zenvy Visuals, co powered by EFO, which definitely stands for Esports Federation of Odisha, produced by RRG Production. And a special thanks to Mobile 5v5 Esports. And yes, guys, let me tell you, both the teams are really, really interesting. On the blue team, we have none other than Eternal Torment, and on the red team, we have none other than one of the most well-known team in the Indian series, as well as in some international series. It is the team IGN, and yes, in the Glasses deck, it's none other than your homeboy Uncle Jeff. With me is coming none other than Asuya. So Asuya, say hello.
Hello, Jeff. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well and you are sitting up tight with your popcorn, with your drinks, because this is gonna be one good match, just like Jeff mentioned, because it is Team IGN going up with Team Eternal Torment. Although this is my first time seeing the blue team, that is Team Eternal Torment. Let's just see what they have to offer because IGN is pretty well known. So that gives you that advantage, Jeff, that you know the patterns and the hero pool and everything the other team really goes about how they play the game style. I would say they do have one upper hand. So let's just see if they are able to utilize what they know.
Yep, definitely. Team Eternal Torment, they do have an upper hand, knowing a head start onto the side of Team IGN because they are a well-known team. They have the hero pool exposed. They have their playstyle exposed. So yeah, talking about that, we are in the banning section on the blue team, which is going to be Eternal Torment banning of the Grok, a very well-deserved ban because he is one of the most annoying tanks I've been seeing after his tectonic charge, which recently got a revamp as well. Man, oh man, the way he just blasts off everyone and the huge AoE area control from him is really crazy. And speaking of that, here comes another really, really annoying hero, which is going to be none other than the Arlord with his final slashes and the Vengeance. My oh my. They are just way too annoying when it comes to facing him off in the EXP one-on-one scenario. And knowing Media, the creator, he does play Arlord a really, really excellently. But yeah, speaking of that, Team IGN comes in, bans of the 1-1 and CC, both the heroes, which can be played off in the EX in the gold lane. Speaking of CC though, she is a flex role and giving it out for the first pick can be annoying. And speaking of that, about you just comes in bans of the Zushin, but what do you say about the Zushin though, Asuya?
Zushin, extremely strong mage, especially the control she has right from level 1. So, of course, you really do not want to give her away, especially if you're going in with the assassins, like something like a YSS, something like Hayabusa or Lancelot, who really love that early game snowball so that they can get this scaling which they really need. I would say she's one of the best mages to pair up with because she can just provide that control. She can provide it right from level 1, which they need. But right now, Angela being picked up from the side of Team Eternal Torment, what do you have? What do you think about this?
My oh my. Before we come into the Angela though, I can hear someone crying, Can you hear it, Asuya?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
My oh my Ray, I feel bad for you, my guy. You don't need to cry. You will definitely see a Zushin on the next match. Don't worry about it, my guy. But yeah, speaking of that, definitely the Angela is coming in. My oh my, she is one hell of an annoying hero. But speaking of that, IGN knowing the roles comes in, picks off none other than the back show, which was left open. So the Angela, her shield will almost be dropped down to 20%, because the shield will definitely not be visible, and the remaining shield will be consumed by none other than Meteor, the creator, who's on the Esmeralda, which is going to be causing a lot of threat to them, and that is not going to be easy for now, as it is not the easiest section for the side of Team Eternal Torment to be picking off the Angela when there were two of the counters already left open for the Angela. They could have left it go and they could have picked it off instead on towards the counter side, definitely. But yeah, speaking of that, IGN took already the upper hand on towards the drafting phase. Tataka, and about you, what do you think, Asuya, though, that these two heroes, the tankiness coming in from the IGN, can be countered off by which hero, though?
I would say something which has a lot of control when it comes to the mage. Maybe something like a Valir or even a Valentina might work in their favor because they can just push them all away, right? I think even a Eve will work out for them because the slow she provides from her ultimate is crazy. And for the rest of the picks, especially towards the EXP lane, yeah, I think they just need something which can burst them down. Maybe a carry can even work into their favor. But then again, Team Eternal Torment, if they pick up something like a carry, they'll need to make sure that she gets some space So maybe draft around the carry.
Yep, drafting around and carry would be a much better option, but there is such a life who is on Kimi, and Kimi can actually melt down even a tankiest hero when she gets those items on her hands, especially with the Wishing Lantern and the Sky Piercer combo. And speaking of that, on towards the Eternal Torment, though, there still leaves a question, if Gatot Kacha wants to go on the EXP with Angela on the rope, or it's going to be Gatot Kacha on the roam with Angela on the mid, because it is a really questionable pick coming in from them, because Angela right now it's not going to be that big of a help here as long as they don't get the oracle on her, and pairing it up with a holy crystal, it's not going to be that big of a issue. It's going to be a lot of issues for the Angela, to be precise, and not a big of a issue from the side of team IGN, because they have a Esmeralda who can just convert the shield on towards the HP bar, and Respect, who is on the Baksha, can just reduce the shields as well as the healing. And knowing what do we call it, Angela, who recently got a buff, but at the same time her healing and the shield was reduced. So yes, it's going to be a lot of trouble from the side of Team Eternal Torment. But speaking of that, coming back towards the second phase of the bans here, we can already see a Granger being banned off from the side of Team IGN, and on the red team, the Eternal Torment, they comes in, bans off Aaron, the creators of signature pick, which is going to be the Harriet. I mean, I've seen him pick Harriet a lot, and they do need a magical damage, a potential hero here, and Aaron, the creator, knowing that he can go in for a Harriet, they banned it off, and that's a good sign. But speaking of that, last ban from the side of Team IGN comes in none other than the Eve. So they are like just predicting that it's going to be Angela on towards the roaming and Gatot Kacha on the EXP. But yeah, it still leaves a question though, right, Asuya?
Yeah, definitely. And just like I said, Eve can be a possible counter for the entire draft. So it's wiser to just ban her away. And right now, since um just like I said, I would say, against the Zushin, Kimi might be the second best bully in the mid lane because she is also one of those heroes who can deny the mid lane, who can freeze the lane, who can bully you and force you to recall. So at this point, Team Eternal Torment, they need to make sure that if they want the Angela to get to that level 4 right before the turtle, the roamer is actually helping them out. But at the same time, I would say just look at the amount of aggressiveness in the hands of Team IGN right now. I'm sure even the jungler might be something which really needs some snowball. Even though the Hayabusa is banned out, Lance has been taken away, Vices is also almost taken away. So what is there left? Okay, they are going in for the Baksha.
Yep. Team IGN, they have Baksha on the room, so they have an upper hand. With Eternal Torment, though, they made a slight mistake. Instead of going for the jungler, which is going to be the Hayabusa, which was banned off, they could have gone in for a maybe gold laner role here, because there is a Nathan left off. On the side of Team IGN, they are lacking the early game magical damage. Not the early game, though, none of the magical marksmen have the early game. But yeah, speaking of that, Team IGN, they can actually pick up some other heroes, like, for example, there can be some other mage type healers on towards the goal lane, which can be like a Guinevere if they want to, maybe trying out something new, but can't be beating up to them right now. But yes, right now it is going to be Angela on the mid with our Gazukacha on the roaming section, which is going to be giving them a little bit of the head start on towards the fighting side, which you will be seeing, because Angela, she can get off the level 4 pretty early if she goes for the rotation with Gatot Kacha. But yeah, speaking of the side of Team IGN, they have a Khalid, so the aggression on the early game is going to be a really heavy punch for the side of Team Eternal Torment, because speaking of that, Gatot Kacha is not going to be providing that big of a help on the early game, since knowing there is going to be anti-heal as well as a shield coming in. And speaking of that, Aaron, the creator on the Lapu on the goal lane, my oh my, Lapu on the goal lane is going to be causing a lot of threat for our About You, and there is going to be a lot of issues as well. But just speaking of that, the drafts has been completed, and in my opinion, there is going to be a lot of early game aggression from the side of Team IGN, while the side of Team Eternal Torment, they need to wait for the mid game section. Yeah, as long as they don't get their skills, they won't be able to do much, especially with the Angela having two of her heavy counters on the enemy side. It is not going to be that big of a help, especially with the Gatot Kacha. He won't be able to move. And knowing Yuzong, though, not a big fan of Yuzong against the Esmeralda, but yeah, in some scenarios, Yuzong can actually counter up the Esmeralda on the early section as long as she does not get over heal here. But yes, so yeah, why don't you go ahead, take on the mic now?
Well, yep, finally. And about the drafts, though, of course, IGN is very, very strong for the early game, but then elaborating upon it a bit late. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn. This is the best of one between Team Eternal Torment on the blue side going up against Team IGN. And as for now, I would say the heavily early aggressive draft from the side of Team IGN looks to be quite strong. And I would say they have Kimmy for the damage right now, and she has a lot of space to give that DPS, because there will be the Khalid, there will be the Baksha, there will be Esma as well as the Lapu Lapu. So
Oh,
much crowd control, so much front line into their hands that Kimi will be having, I would say, a very free, enjoyable time just to melt those people. And at the same time, I would say Team IGN might even utilize that aggressiveness and delay the
mhm.
farm coming in from a Lancelot. Meanwhile, Lance, one of those heroes who really needs some snowballs, Jeff.
Exactly. Lance is a type of hero who needs a lot of snowball, and on the side of Team IGN, though they have a lot of tankiness, so the snowball would not be that big of a possibility. But oh, already a first player incoming might be.
Oh, a lot of stuns coming in. It is the Khalid who manages to just dash it
Oh,
away with the
my.
passive up. Same goes for the Gatot needs to force up that recall.
Yep, definitely. I mean, the early game aggression was there from the IGN, but it is not going to be the what do we call Khalid, who will be having a lot of sustainability, knowing it's going to be Gatot Kacha. But yeah, when it comes towards the whole team fight, it is going to be the side of Team IGN who would be having a lot of damage as well as a lot of defenses on their hands. But just speaking of that, we can already see the Lancelot is hitting the level 4 mark as well as our respect here, and it is going to be a lot of fun as we can see the gang shifting on the EXP side. But it's not going to be that fun because on towards the top lane, though, the goal laners are having a much more preferable time. And speaking of that, the turtle will be here. And in my opinion, though, if you ask me, the side of Team IGN, knowing that they have a tanky lineup, they have a tanky god, but oh, before that, a gank.
Okay, it is some shield onto the Esmeralda, but it's Lancelot going in for the Khalid. He does have the passive, can just sandwalk it all away. And we do have our Baksha just stealing away the creep from the side of Team Eternal Torment. But the turtle dance already up. I think I think it might be in the hands of Team IGN for now, but the dragon into the land of dawn, Angela with the hard card just to zone away the Baksha. But then it is respect who grabs on to that retribution battle. A lot of damage coming in, but it will be Cord who will be paying with the life. The double kill for the side of Team Eternal Torment as two of the tanky heroes are already down. Four-man
My oh,
sandwich coming up right there. Baksha still remains along with the Kimi though.
Yep, exactly. It was a turtle for one trade, not a one trade, but it's going to be a turtle for two trade, which was not a good sign because two kills for the turtle. My oh my, Team IGN, you guys definitely lost a trade there. And speaking of that, I mean, the side of Team Eternal Torment, they could have gone in for a much more aggressive section, could have gone in for the purple buff invade as well, but before that, a gank might be shifting on towards our, no, it's going to be the hard guard, which will be saving our Yuzong for now, but onto the top lane, the Brave fight already being popped up. Nope.
Well, it is Laplapu who is quite strong, but does not have that ultimate. Maybe he's just
Oh
waiting
my,
for some
Nathan,
CD. But
though.
as for now, the passive from the Nathan is kind of poking him really hard.
Exactly, and that is the issue, when you are playing a EX, when you are playing like a fighter type of goal laner, because you won't be having the range compared to the other marksmen who are well known for their ranges, known for their late game comms. And yes, with that, our Nathan is actually putting up a lot of pressure using that same advantage on his hands, just pointing out that Aaron, you cannot be coming near me because when you come near me, I can push you away with my second skill, and when you are away, I can just taunt you out with those little poking damage and just chip your HP out. But before that, Carl.
Oh, but Khalid trying to just heal away, uses up the ultimate just to defend himself. And with this, we have the Laplapu trying to create some zones. Same goes for the
Oh,
stun
getting
coming in
fired
for
up.
the Gatot Kacha. AOG also dropping down, but actually missing out on everyone. The taunt actually connects out there, but Satch's life will be taking down the Gatot Kacha, will be paying his life. Oh, with this, Carl is the one who's exchanged. But look at the damage coming in from the Nathan right now.
Oh, my
Esmeralda
God.
all the way from the bot lane just to zone away
Oh, you
people. Uses
drunk.
up that ultimate, the Frost Moon. A lot of damage onto the Angela, but manages to survive with the Flask of Voices and a little bit of shield and heal she has. Meanwhile, it is our Yuzhong who follows up, grabs that one kill, and Kimi is down in that exchange. The hard guard already up. Same goes for the Nathan, trying to just poke away the Esmeralda. Khalid all the way again back from the base, all the way getting that heal back up. Away it is still looking for that turtle.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the way Team IGN are dropping their own teammates down one by one is not a good sign. But before that, the turtle might be coming in, though, but Lancelot nowhere to be seen. But oh, drag. But it is going to be Carl who will be dropped really low.
Carl, amount of bait he's just giving to his team is crazy, and with this, Baksha gets
Like
that
another
Lord
one.
Turtle, sorry, the AOG also dropping down once again as a defensive maneuver, the hard guard right on to the Yuzhong, but with this distraction also missing out there, but then IGN definitely winning out that exchange.
Exactly. It was a none for it was like a turtle for nil trade. And yes, that is going to be a really, really wise decision coming in from the side of Team IGN because you don't want to go for much more fights when you have already gotten the turtle as well as used up a lot of resources from your opponent's team, which is going to be Eternal Torment. I mean, they did use up their flickers, they used up their AOGs, the all coming in from our God of Kacha, but oh, before that, a really wise vision coming in from our Carlo, but it's going to be a hard guard being popped up, and the engage will be disengaged instead. And oh, Lancelot though.
Lancelot committing. And this is the third time I've seen the Khalid uses up that raging sandstorm just to escape the situation. With this, Baksha might go in, dive in for the Lancelot. He does not have his ultimate right now. But Carl also providing a lot of vision. Katakacha just looking for some taunts onto some prospective
Oh,
victim out there. But
Black
a lot of
Dragon.
damage as the AOG also falls down upon the Khalid. He might be taken down in that exchange. With this, a lot of damage coming in with that Lancelot as well as the Yuzhong and Hardguard combo. It's like two separate battlefields right now. Kimi is being zoned away really hard. Same goes for the Garud Kacha, really low HP. Does have his passive up but needs to recall for now.
My
Respect.
oh my.
No, takes down the Yuzhong out there. And with this, just look at the domination coming in from the Esmeralda and the ultimate. The defense reduction coming
Oh,
in for the Baksha.
purple.
And with this, they just dive right inside that turret. The hard guard is up
Oh, hot
once
shot.
again though. And Lancelot will just be moving away. But with this, the lane has been cut up. And the first tier from the bot lane will be taken away by IGN.
My oh my. Team IGN, they are living up to their names. They are living up to the legacy. But yes, speaking of that, Team Eternal Torment, they are not backing down as well. They are just making trades upon trades on their own. And speaking of that, we saw a really bad engage on towards the bot lane though from our Tatakai, who just came in recklessly and was dropped down. But oh, Bravest Spider.
Oh, and with this, the Angela will be paying that life. The stun connects once again. The spell wham on the Lapu Lapu, though a lot of
Lapo.
damage being sustained by the Kadot Kacha. Needs to move back for now. Look at the Lancelot just blasting away, trying to take down the Lapu Lapu, but it will not be enough. The DPS coming in from the Kimi. He needs to survive that, but of course, it is Miria who takes that last hit onto the Lancelot. And with this, the passive, and Yushang still surviving, but IGN still looking for some straights out there.
My oh my, this is what we mean when it comes towards the top teams of India against one of the rising underdogs. So, but yes, I'll have to give it towards the side of Team Eternal Torment for having the early game on their hands, despite the fact that Team IGN had a much more tanky comp. But speaking of that, another Black Dragon onto such a life though.
He is kind of all alone, might get sandwiched out there, uses up that knockup and the flicker and the rating sandstorm coming up. And with this AOG just to zone people away, but respect takes that kill on Tatakai. And with this, look at the DPS coming in from the Kimi, the revitalize being used up. But I don't think so that he'll be able to sustain that. Does have his passive, but will be shredded down by such as life. And meanwhile, just look at the CC coming in from the Lapu Lapu into the backlines. Meanwhile, just look at the Lancelot with the hard guard taking down his life. Not be seeing the light of dawn in the land of dawn.
My oh my. The way they are fighting off is actually really, really interesting because the side of Team IGN, they are actually pulling off some of the strings which they should not have from the Angela. Though every time Angela just tries to go in for the alt, there is always going to be Respect who has his passive activated on either one of the targets which Angela is trying to use the hard guard on. And talking about that, Meteor, the creator as well, is just standing around knowing that whenever there is a hard guard, he can just pop in, convert the shield into the HP, and boom, there it is. You will be dead in no time as well. And speaking of that as well, the side of Team IG and the way they are producing the electrifying, what do we call it, battles on every side of the battle that they're going on for. But oh, Tatakai.
Two versus two situation. Okay, it's a 2 versus 3, and Aaron finally paying for that zone. But this Esmeralda still stands tall. The traction actually misses out on everyone, and Tatakai once again just following up onto the Kimi. The AOG also drops down, and Sun's life will be getting down in that exchange. With this 1 versus 3, though, Tatakai, as well as the Esmeralda, still struggling to survive. Might even find that turtle. Still survives there though, but will not be seeing the light of day as she gets taken down in that exchange. This Lord might be easy for the side of Team Eternal Torment. Maybe it is Scars is providing some vision. Same goes for the Baksha, the Retribution battle. Though the Raging Sandstorm also comes in. A lot of damage coming in from Aaron, and Carl gets taken down. Forces the Lancelot who grabs on to that Retribution. And with this, the Nathan gets taken down, but that really doesn't matter because a shutdown for the Yuzhong as well as the Lord, a complete victory. But it is the Lapu Lapu who really did not want them to recall. Once again goes in, the Revitalize is still there on Kacha. Maybe the traction also comes in. Two great combos. Kacha will definitely be taken down in that exchange. With this, the dragon once again is using up the ultimate to flee away.
Exactly. But oh, they do not want to stop though.
Oh my god. at this point, I would say the Lancelot was way too deep because he's getting stunned out right there. Okay, he just uses up that immunity and the dash.
Okay. Yep, exactly. The way Lancelot is playing the aggressive part, I mean, I kind of like a Lancelot who is on aggressive portion of his side, but at the same time, you need to be using your dashes, your puncture really wisely. But yeah, speaking of that, Team IGN, they are finally throwing off the great handling that they had on the team fight. But speaking of that as well, the side of Team Eternal Torment, they do not want to stop on the team fights, which might be causing them a little bit of trouble since it is not a good sign. You got the Lord, just retreat, try to sync off the lanes or go in for the lane pressure. You do not want to go in for another team fight as soon as you get the Lord because there is not much of a resources left on your hands because you've already used it up when you have the Lord, when you had a chance to be taking up the Lord. And speaking of that as well, the side of Team Eternal Torment, they need to be just waiting for the itemization. But oh, bravest fighter. No, it's going to be this engage coming in because there is a hard god, of course, from the Angela, and there was no Baksha, no respect, just running around, just using up the anti-heal, the life vein of his own. But just speaking of that, we can also say that the side of Team IGN is handling on their hands really, really wisely. But oh, Black Dragon backside.
Okay, he's just trying to dive behind the scenes. It is a 3 versus 1 onto the box shot, but he will be able to sustain because this is kind of a mid game right now. The Fraction actually misses out with the flicker combo coming in from the Lapu Lapu. Just jump down on the squishies, but it will not be enough though, as he will be paying Aaron way too deep right there. But same goes for the Garot Kacha. Once again, pretty low. The hard guard coming up onto the Yuzhong. He's actually sustaining quite a lot. The AOG cannot be dropped down.
Oh my,
Will be
Yuzong, how is he standing? Okay, and with this, guys, there is actually going to be a much more preferable fight on the side of Team Eternal Tom, and with that, we can already see the Yuzong having his fun time as he is having a lot healing coming in from the Hard God as well. But speaking of that, the Powerful Knight coming in onto the backside as the team fight will be disengaged, but the attraction pulls as well being popped up, not for long though. But oh, the fight though, it is still overextended from the side of Team Eternal Torment because they do have the mid game to late game, I'll be saying. But when the game progresses, there is such a life on the Kimi, and you do not want to leave the Kimi alone, especially with four of the most tankiest hero you can find in the drafting phase. Four tankies with such a life on his aggressive pew pew gun as well. The sticky, what do we call it? Gumball gun, I'd be saying it. My oh my god, but it is toxic right now.
well, yeah. But you know, Jeff, one thing is like, even though Team IGN has a lot of sustainability, right? But the only proper DPS they have is Kimmy. But you can
Mhm.
always see the Yuzhong looking out for the Kimmy. He's trying to split her apart and take her down with that Petrify combo. And since Kimmy is not even on a Purify, so such as life is actually facing issue. And once the Kimmy is down, IGN is facing issues regardless of how tanky they are.
Yep, exactly. I mean, that is the only issue you have when you are playing with four tanky and only one DPS on your hands. And with that, it is going to be the Lord Dance coming in. But oh, Carlo.
Okay, once again, the hard guard onto the Yuzhong. He's getting melted right into the air, but meanwhile, it is the Esma as well as Carl who needs to back off. For now, right inside the turret, the knockup comes in, and with this Destiny taking the life of the Kimmy. And once again, IGN might have that back foot because they're lacking the DPS they really need, and Team Eternal Torment really knows this, just committing for that Lord. But look at the zone created by YZ right now. He's absolutely a demon. The heal, the Salvam, the hard guard is just making him a 4 versus 3 out there. The way he's sustaining along with the Gacha, the way the zone is provided, but once again, the flicker combo coming in from the Khalid, right onto the Nathan, right onto the Lancelot. He zapped that ultimate just to play away, but Baksha just chases him down to eternity. Do that. Meanwhile, just look at Yuzhong, just handle like that
He does
pressure
not
behind the scenes,
care.
takes that kill in such a low HP as Aaron goes down, and it is a 1-for-1 trade. But this is Nathan with the ultimate, just melting down people. Esmeralda as well as Carl really need to go back, and he's already back with the traction pull. Gets missed once again and yet again.
Oh, man, the side of Team Eternal Torment, you guys had the upper hand on your hands with that tanky as well as the damage comp coming on your hands. And the side of Team IGN, I would be saying the only mistake they did was going for a tanky, what do we call it, a defensive type of EXP laner on the gold laner instead. And with that, they did not have any more DPS on their hands, and it is going to be a 4 tanky comp with just one single damage dealer, and that is not going to be their hand. But the old Raging Sandstorm
Oh,
gets the Lord.
no way! It is Carl who gets that with his ultimate. That's insane. The retribution is insane.
My oh my, he just snatched it up. He was like, nah, I'ma just yoink that a lot up. And he was like, yoink, okay, now I'm done, bye bye. And he actually escaped without any harm of that as well. And he gets the Lord, gets the kill on that, what do we call it, Super Prime Papu as well. My oh my, he got the kill, he got the Lord, and he just ran off like he does not care, riding his skateboard on the sand as well. But before that, it is going to be the Lancelot who will be forced to be clearing out the minions for now, and it is going to be another engage.
Once again, in the Lanodon, we have the lizard into the backfoot along with the hard guard, but Angela, sorry, the Esmeralda is there just to tank it all up. But at the same time, I would say this is not a good time for Eternal Torment to commit into any team fight because Esmeralda though goes in once again along with the Raging Sandstorm. Angela gets stunned out there and just to move away right now. A lot of damage from the Nathan. Gets that one hit onto Carl. One kill finally into the hands. The Lord is also marching down though, so maybe just sit back and defend. And they might lose the second tier from the mid though.
Yep, they might lose the second tier from the mid, which is going to be a little bit of the issue, but no, it will be cleared off for now. But the Lord is marching on the top lane with respect just on his wheel form, but oh, about you used up the entropy.
Oh, just look at the damage from a taunt also connecting onto the box. Respect gets taken down 1 HP away. Manages to flee. Now it is about you getting that kill because the hard guard is onto him. And with this Do Tatakai taking that solo kill. Oh my god. He is a demon. The XP laner is a demon from the side of Team Eternal Torment.
My oh my, that guy is a real black dragon who is just sucking out your life force, and he does not care about who it is. It is going to be a female, it is going to be a grandma, it is going to be a male or a grandpa. He does not care. He just want to get that lifespan of himself. And yes, with that, it is going to be the Tataki on the 926 KDA, especially with the, what do we call it, Petrify, the Petrify combo. Yes, it is the really annoyance nuisance. And speaking of that, we can already come in towards the items with Gatot Kacha already completing his 3 core items, who will be helping him sustain a lot on towards the meteor, though he has completed his items. And well, on the add-on, he requires the one. But yes, speaking of that, it is the main source on the Kimi who will be having the Divine Glyph as well as the Holy Crystal, which is a good sign, though, I would be saying, because if you have the Holy Crystal, combine it with Divine Glyph and the Sky Piercer, you can deal out a lot of damage, but you are left with concentrated energy for now. And once you get that, you can have a little bit of much more fun on your side. But just speaking of that, we can see Team IGN fumbling hard right now. The way they are actually cranking, just leaving out those cracks to be just taking upon, and such a life is getting marked back to back, which is not a good sign. And speaking of that, we can see Team IGN still putting up a lot of pressure. That is something to be given out as well, because if you are losing in terms of team fights, yet you are putting out a lot of pressure on the map, you have already won out 40% of the game on the, what do you call, execution portion here. And that as well, when you have 4 of the tankiest comp as well as just 1 DPS, 1 damage, you cannot expect to be handling out the map that expensively. But speaking of that, Team IGN, though, they are still having a lot of, what do we call it, issue, yeah, having a lot of vision, having a lot of roaming equipment on their hands. And yes, speaking of that, the Lord will be here.
Well, yeah, just look at Esma as well as the hard guard comes up. Might be an extra shield for that Esmeralda out there, but the poke coming in once again. The way the Kimi has to flee, but Trify combo comes in. This is not the first kill, but the passive, he'll not be able to sustain the passive. And with this, once again, the Lizard being definitely the MVP as he gets that kill onto Respect. I mean, of course, Lancelot gets the last hit, but of course, a lot of damage right by that Lizard. Meanwhile, just look at Aaron trying to just split it push because the base is kind of right open. Nathan, though, finally timely back into the base. Aaron needs to flee away, but I don't think so. He will be able to do so because the stun, the immobilization is there, and it is the Nathan, a lot of damage. Meanwhile, it is the last Lord who steals that Lord, and with this, Eternal Torment might be getting the comeback which they really need.
Exactly. Team Eternal Torment, they were not in a comeback scenario. They were already having the game on their hands, especially with Tatake, who is actually handling off the such a life in such a manner as well. He's not having such a great time of his life. And speaking of that, Lancelot is on the Malefic Rod as well, so he will be having a lot of penetration on his hands. And just look at that, Angela. She's just running around, does not care, and just using up the hard guard on her will. And speaking of that, the Lord will be marching from the bot lane, with the lanes not synced up though, but it is going to be the mid lane who will be pressurized a lot for now. And Team IGN, they only need to protect such is life, who needs to be protected a lot. But then again, it is not going to be enough to be melting down everyone. But oh, Lord is here with the AOG.
Okay, OGN, the hard guard right into the base. The Lord also taking down the first inhibitor of the game as IGN loses it out. And with this, they are trying to really hard to defend, only have Kimmy for the lane clearing. And they might be able to defend this though because this is the first Lord. But then Team Eternal Torment, I would say, they kind of missing those lanes because they shouldn't have cleared that mid. And as well as using up a lot of ultimates right before the major team fight.
Exactly, the side of Team IGN, I mean, they do have upper hand, but oh, Respect in a really bad position will be taken
Oh,
down by none other than About and the monster kill as well, following up with the second tier taking down Attractive Pulse, getting two people, but not enough for now because it is not a good sign. And yes, like you mentioned, the mid lane should not have been cleared, and they could have gotten a easy, what do we call it, inhibitors down from the side of Team IGN and Team Eternal Torment. They need to make sure that their lane, what do we call pressure, should be there always. And then again, it is going to be Aaron the creator who is handling upon his lanes really wise, but oh, Tatake.
once again, a lot of damage from the Kimi. And I would say, if we do see the equipments, the blade armor, I would say both the teams really need the blade as well as the radiant. And that's only the Yuzhong who has made it. It's not the Baksha, it's not the Esma, it's not
Oh my
even
god.
our Khalid. Khalid is on a blade of Hephaestus.
He is trying to go in for the damage, especially pairing it up with the Thunderbolt stacks. But yes, speaking of that as well, we can also see none other than our Lapu Lapu, who is going for only two of the damages, which he definitely needs, and Oracle to be handling upon that live, what do you call, spell vamp a lot more efficiently. And speaking of that, Lancelot, though, he has completed his build, he has the Malefic Rod, who will be giving him the penetration, and knowing his puncture, who will be handling upon maximum of the damages. But oh, Raging
Oh,
Sandstorm already, though, Carl forced to flicker out, and with that add-on in a bad position.
I think Aaron might get sandwiched out there. He is looking for some bravest fighters, some stuns out there, but he's just getting melted like a hot knight on the buffer. But just look at the stun connecting in, and finally it shut
Oh,
down into
about
the
you.
hands of Needs and falls in that exchange. But with this, Esmeralda takes that one last hit onto Destiny. This is a major mistake from the side of Team Eternal Tournament. AOG just used up as a defensive manware, and with this, the Lord, a very hefty Lord, easily in the hands of Team IGN.
Exactly. The side of Team IGN, they actually came back with the most heaviest hitter they could have imagined for taking out none other than the Nathan as well as the Angela, and that is not going to be the good sign for Eternal Torment because they were the most what they call expensive duo that they could have lost there, and it is not a good sign because Aaron the creator, he's just running around using up the Bravest Fight as well as the Raging Slashes, and a 2v1 scenario, he's still standing up.
Okay, Lancelot manages to grab that last hit and get some HP back from the passive of the emblem. I was really thinking that the Lancelot might fall off out there. Aaron was doing a great job, but then again, the sustain isn't enough onto the hands. With this, the Lord almost getting melted down out there. And of course, it is respect because they have their retribution right. And with this might be some major mistake from the side of Team Eternal Torment, but the hard card comes up once again as Angel is back into action onto the dragon. And with this Team IGN, they have understood that they need to retreat and wait for the Lord, sing the lanes, and this might be the final march.
I mean, it is all about how you mark off that Nathan here because Nathan is the one who needs to be taken down. He is one hell of a nuisance when it comes to the fight. And then again, there is Tatake, who is a big of a nuisance on his own. And speaking of that, he is on the 10 to 9 KDA of his own, and that is not a what do we call it, clumsy KDA. I would be seeing it is not any regular KDA you would be seeing in tournaments, especially coming in from the EXP laners who are usually known in for the damage dealing, who are known in for the sets and just running off. But just speaking of that, it is also going to be a really, really interesting battle of the Lord coming in from the bot lane as well. He is marching, the Lord is marching out from the bot lane, and it is going to be none other than the side of Team Eternal Torment forced back inside the turret. And look at that, the Lord is marching.
Yeah, they're using up a lot of resources just to melt down. They do have the Nathan and the Traction not managing to pull out anyone. Once again, the Dragon dancing between four members, but he's taking a lot of damage from the Kimi. But the Lapu Lapu behind the scenes just to take down the Nathan. Two-man knockup coming in from the Yuzhong, still being the perfect front line. And once again, it is Carl with a Raging Sandstorm. But look at the sustainability coming in from the
Oh my
Dragon
god.
at that hard guard combo. It's like two different battlefields, and it is a killing spree for the Lancelot who takes down that kill. And with this, respect will also be falling. Without respect, without the Kimi, IGN forced back to recall, forced back towards the base. Will they be able to defend this, Jeff?
they might not be able to defend it because there is a Nathan standing off with his entropy already charged up, as well as the hard guard already there, and such his life is already down. His grave. That is not a good sign with the minions as well marching up. So the Starfall Knight will not be able to defend much though, but with that, the mid lane inhibitor will be taken down, and the game might be coming to an end.
Yeah, definitely the hard guard once again. The dragon dancing in between, right inside the turret. But
Right on.
look at the melt from the Nathan. Oh my god, it's crazy. The AOG comes up. The positioning from the Nathan is also quite insane. The passive from the dragon is hitting so
Harlow.
hard that one hit already. Meanwhile, card behind the scene trying to split push, trying to take down the Lancelot, but he has the immunity. And with this, it is hard guard once again. He uses up that second skill just to heal up, but it is three members back once again into the action. And with this, he will be getting taken down. The fourth lord of the game. 25 minutes into this game, and this time it will be in the hands of Team Eternal Torment.
My oh my, I would just like to ask a question. When was the last time you saw IGN struggle this hard? I do not remember that. But yes, speaking of that, Team IGN, they're actually having a lot of fun here. But oh Lord, fight.
Lord in the hands of Team Eternal Torment, and Aaron also getting taken down in that exchange. Meanwhile, look at the pressure Team Eternal Torment is facing as Yuzhong is clearing it all up again. But with this, three
Respawn
members
time.
down,
Oh my
two will
my.
be back pretty soon. But I don't think so. Team IGN will be able to defend this.
I mean, Aaron is already dead and he will be respawning in 50 seconds. And speaking of that as well, we can already see the respawn time turning into 70 seconds. And as the game progresses, it's just going to be turning off more and more. But with the Lord marching in the mid lane, two people down on the hands of Team IGN, and five people marching from the mid lane on the side of Team Eternal Torment. Look at that, Asuya.
Hardguard charged up once again along with the entropy. A lot of melting onto respect. He's trying to zone them away. He's trying to flee away, but it will not be enough as the base is getting knocked down by the Nathan, by the Lord. And with this team, IGN just losing this game.
My oh my, this was not expected from the side of Team IGN. I mean, they had a really good draft on the early section, but they did not decided to go in for the early game fight that they could have gone in for. They decided to go wait for the late game, and that is pretty much it about him. The side of Team IGN, they had four of the most tankiest comp, which was definitely not going to be working out on the late game section, and leaving all the damages on such as life. I don't think so. That's going to be working out, and 34% damage on Nathan himself. My oh my, he is a beast of his own, and I would just like to give out a huge shout out to Tatake for just going in on the back line, just hunting down such his life all the time, and that was pretty much really game over for the side of Team IGN. If your Kimi is dead, you can't be doing much. The four of the tankiest hero will be melted down by About You, who can't even reach him. He will just use the entropy to be zoning him out, and especially with the hard guard as well coming in from him and the Gadut Kacha taunt, just making him sustain way more longer and just dealing out way more damages. And yes, Nathan was well protected, while such his life had no one to be protecting him. And with this, guys, the first game, with this, guys, the fifth game will be ending. Asuya, do you want to say anything?
Well, nothing much to say. Jeff has already said everything brilliantly. So yeah, I would congratulate Team Eternal Torment because this was really surprising for me. This is my first time seeing them play any tournament, and they have taken me by surprise. The flawless tanking from the EXP, the flawless, I would say, synergy from that entire comp. I mean, they are like underdogs, which you really need to look forward to. Which you really need to, do some homework about if you're going up against them.
Exactly. And yes, guys, with this, the fifth game is over. In the castles deck is none other than your homeboy, Uncle Jeff, coming alongside me. We have Asuya taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. Just grab your snacks, tighten up your seats, and stay hydrated, guys. For now, Asuya and me will be taking a short break. Peace out. And we are back, guys, in the MLOS Season 2, the Game 6 of the round of 32, Day 2. And yes, guys, the prize pool, let me tell you, it is no less than 50k INR. And yes, this tournament is being brought to you by none other than RRG Esports Syndicate, powered by Zenvy Visuals, co-powered by EFO, Esports Federation of Odisha, produced by none other than your RRG Production, and a special thanks to MOBA 5v5 Esports. And yes, in this battle, it's going to be none other than Team C3 Meraki on the blue team, and on the red team, we have Team GoonTality. Both the teams, I'm seeing them everywhere in every single tournament I go in. I just see them just brawling, just breezing their way out towards the top 16 era. And this time, they are facing each other to be going towards the top 16. And in the casters deck, it's none other than your homeboy Jeff once again. With me, it is none other than Asuya once again. So, Asuya, say hi.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Jeff. And yeah, we are back once again. And in this match, I would say, just like Jeff said, I have been seeing C3 Meraki in a lot of tournaments. So yeah, I would say one team which I am kind of familiar with, and they play pretty well. Especially their mid to late game. The more the clock goes by, the better the gameplay goes. So maybe it's side of team, the other team, team mentality, they might keep this in mind and put their picks into action.
Exactly. I mean, the previous game, it was a really, really, what do we call it? Rubber band, I would be seeing. One side it is pulling, the other side they are also pulling. At the end, it was none other than the side of Team Eternal Torment who actually decided to let go and hurt the side of Team IGN. And yes, with this, we are in the sixth game, which is C3 Meraki and GoonTality. Both the teams are really talented. I'm seeing them everywhere. They're actually having a lot of potential on their hands. And C3 Meraki, though, my oh my, I will have to give their jungler a really appraisals, because the way he plays, especially with Damien, just breezing his way onto the goal lane as well. So yeah, speaking of that, it is going to be the Bane and the Kalia ban, though, from C3 Meraki. What do you say about the bans, Asuya?
Like this no brainer. They are, I would say, of course, it just ban away this guy, this octopus. He just one shots people. The Athena, as well as how much magic defense he will, he'll melt down the
Exactly.
tankiest of tanks out there, especially if he gets two holy crystals towards the late game. This guy is insane. So yeah, just ban this out better than just confronting it. I would say Alodeta works out pretty well against him, but then you need to look out for the overall draft, right? So
Mhm.
pretty good. He looks good there. And though a lot of options still open, I think Grok might be on that list. YSS. What do you think, Jeff?
YS is on the ban list. Yep, definitely a worthy ban, but knowing I'm expensive, he does not usually let go of the YSS. So I'm guessing that he's just cooking up some new tactics on his hands, a new lineup, maybe a new set of combo, maybe. We do not know. But yes, Goontality, they came in with a 1-1, though. Usually a 1-1 can be countered off by Nathan if you know how to just position yourself well on the wall, and you just miss out the first kill of the 1-1. Is you can usually just pick her off and just take her down. And speaking of that, the Lancelot is going on the ban section as well. If there is no Yushin Shin, there is not going to be the Lancelot as well, but Super Im is on the first pick. But who do you think are left out, Asuya? Like the meta heroes here right now.
For the XP, might go for Arlot or the Laplapu. Croc is also open. Angela is still open, out into the open. Okay, I do see Croc being picked up. I think a worthy pick. So yeah, even for the gold lane, they might even go for the Irithel.
On towards the goal lane, there is a Nathan open if they want to go in, because a Nathan usually is like a really, really, what do we call it, preferable pick right now, because he is a really OP hero. And if you want to counter him off, you usually have to go in for a EXP type of hero here. Like in the previous game, we saw how Aaron tried to go in with the Lapu Lapu for that Nathan, but in the end, can't say much about it. But yes, speaking of that, a usual way of countering Nathan would be picking off a EXP who can actually burst the Nathan down. If you can't, then you can usually go in for another pairing of the marksman or of marksman here. Like usually you go for Nathan, and the other side usually goes for the Claude or maybe something like a Moscow for the lane pressure, but usually it does not work out. But just speaking of that, what do you think a good counter for Nathan is, Asuya? And in the chat as well, why don't you go ahead, tell us about who do you think is a perfect counter for Nathan? But oh, Angela and Gato Kacha though, Asuya.
You just said that Croc is open, Angela is open. They will be just hoarded away. But then again, Garud Kaza, not a big fan of this guy. Especially they could have gone in for something better, right? I think a Lapu Lapu with an Angela is insane. They could have gone in for that option. And like you asked, Nathan, what is the counter? I would say Lolita once again, but yeah,
Go
maybe
ahead.
something who can just gun him down from a distance. Pick a mage, something like a Farsa, something like a
Mhm.
Kadita. Even though, like, I think Farsa works better because even if he has the Purify, she can, in the late game, just give so much massive poke, and one hit from the gold laner can just take him down. Or maybe just if you're planning to go for a very late game, go for Leslie. Just hit him down with two shots with the Sky Piercer.
Right, right. I mean, those are the usual picks we do not see on the tournament CD. So yeah, but Leslie though, I like that idea. I like Leslie with just two hit combo. My oh my, she actually hits hard. But yeah, speaking of that, we'll be coming back on towards the game though. The draft is still running off. Damien on towards the Esmeralda on the wait. Damien, Esmeralda, Goldie. It works out, but usually I see a Lapu Lapu. But let's see how the things goes because Toxic Venom will be picking none other than the Joy, one of my favorite what do you call junglers. I'll be seeing Joy. She is just way too underrated right now.
Of course, she is crazy. I mean, she just keeps creating, right? Because the
Hmm.
later the game goes, the burst potential of the Holy Crystal just scales her up. But then again, the issue is Grok. She does have dashes, but then I would say a good Grok will not let her use up that ultimate. Maybe just, disrupt her in between. So maybe just charge up that ultimate before she enters the fray. Although she does have Angela, but let's just see how it works out for them because they already have two diamonds, and of course Angela will be by their side. So a pretty compact, good draft from their side right now. But the same goes for the side of team C3 Meraki, and I'm a really good fan, great fan of this Lapu Lapu, although he is going for the gold again. What do you think, Jeff? Is the Esma for the EXP? Is the Esma for the mid lane?
On the side of Team C3 Meraki, I do usually see Damien on the gold lane, so I'm pretty much expecting him to be going for a Lapu Lapu on the gold lane side and EXP on Esmeralda. But C3 Meraki, though, they are actually one hell of an unpredictable squad I'd be seeing. But just speaking of that, the side of Team GoonTality comes in, bans of the Farsa as well as the Zushinya. So the Mage's Godfather Haney is being marked down right now. And the Assassins, though, the Yushinshin Lancelot already banned off. The only option is Hayabusa, which can be countered off by the what they call hard guard. I'll be seeing the hard guard and the healing combo coming in from the Angela. She can just heal out enough for the Shadow Kill to be running out from the Hayabusa, and maybe Toxic Venom just dash around with the electrifying beats, get him down. But just speaking of that, the last ban, what do you think Asuya is left open to be banned off?
Well, they might go for some marksman ban or maybe a jungler ban. Maybe just take away the Hayabusa. Okay, it is Irital. It is Irital, makes sense. But then again, Harith is open. So if the side of Team Guntality go for a Harith, I would say it will be a pretty strong combo with the hard cards.
I agree on that. A hard guard with our Harriet, my oh my, it's actually really, really interesting. But yes, speaking of that, Mill is coming in onto as a pick though, and the side of Team Goonsanity, they are either lacking on the EXP or the roam because I'm still not sure if Gadot Kacha wants to go on the roam or the EXP. But looking on towards the Revitalize, I'm pretty sure that he would be going in for the roam with the combo of the healing of our Angela. So it is going to be a double healing spell as well as a skill on a hero as well. But yes, melee is definitely going to be leaving out a question though because there is not a CC open, but there is a Xbox. Oh wait, the Xbox was lacking off, but Damien is on the Esmeralda though. A shield hero against Esmeralda, especially with a Xbox. I mean, he can burst her down, but what do you say, Asuya?
I'm getting kind of a deja vu. The draft from the side of Team C3 Meraki feels like IGN. Wasn't it kind of the same? They had a Kimi, they had a Lapu, and they even have a Esmeralda. So once again, the same issue that unless the Grok goes for maybe some hybrid build out there, they lack some damage. And I would say the Xborg will utterly destroy them, especially if he makes the Ice Queen wand. There's no escape from this true damage.
Exactly. The side of Team C3 Meraki, they are actually giving us a deja vu with the four tanky lineups, but not for now though. There is going to be a Hayabusa instead, who will be going for the back line, the three damage soakers, two damage dealers. I like this draft for the side of Team C3 Meraki. They have the damage dealers, they have the soakers, and if our Grok wants, he can just use up the what do we call it, skill of his own to just have his hybrid damage, which is Yulap will be coming in, picking up the Alice, which is going to be on the wait. This is going to be melee on the goal, or is it going to be up on the goal? Now this leaves out the question from the side of Team GoonTality. Wait, what are you guys doing?
I even I don't know what they're doing. Okay, the Angela is the mate, and Romer is the Karot Kacha. EXP lane. I think it's I don't know Xborg on the gold, but I think that will be really bad for them
Right.
because in the early the Fraga armor is very easy to be getting taken down, and he's kind of vulnerable in those team fights, right? Although the late game is strong when he gets that immortality, but then early from an Xborg is kind of lacking. So and at the same time, I think even Alice is the same after the revamp, right? Needs a lot of um, HP, a lot of defensive items before she can go ahead and make some usefulness in those team fights.
Yep, exactly. And yes, guys, with this, we are in the land of Zon. You guys are watching the MLOS Season 2 brought to you by RRG Esports Syndicate. And on the blue team, we have none other than the side of team C3 Meraki. And on the red team, we have Team GoonTality. Both the teams are really talented. Both the teams are going to be showing off their talents as well as the senses on the game with the team synchronization, which is going to be playing off a huge role. And 40% of the game is already decided with the drafting phase, and the 60% game is still left on
Oh,
execution. But onto the mid lane, already we can see the death of the Angela. But no, it is going to be the flicker which will be forced out from the Angela. Not a good sign. Already a really huge resource being burned down, a 2-minute resource. But oh wait, they do not want to let the Angela go though. But oh, Joy comes in. Godfather Haney in a bad position, but it is going to be Hayabusa with the quad shadow coming in. Joy in a bad position, gets stunned up. Three people in the immobilized of the second skill of Akimi. But our Godfather Haney is being marked down for now. Oh, Joy comes in with the dashes though, uses the retribution, gets the lethal, but it's not going to be worth it because there is still a quad shadow on towards our Hayabusa. Can just come in, and here comes the shuriken, and it is going to be the first blood on towards our I am expensive, gets the kill on towards our toxic venom, and it is going to be another kill on towards our I am expensive, gets the kill on towards the Gatot Kacha as well. My oh my, team C3 Miraki's jungler though.
I would say there was way too extension coming in from the Joy. Well, she's already back, but then again, it is a lead for Hayabusa, and Hayabusa, one of the crazy assassins. If he gets a lead, he's not letting you live. So I think maybe play a bit safe, not give the free kills to the Hayabusa because it will all, of course, it will be in your loss. And just like I said before, the export will be suffering in the early game, especially against an Esmeralda who can just poke you endlessly. And of course, the armor is pretty squishy. So I think the turtle might even be a bit more advantageous in the hands of Team C3 Meraki right now, considering that they have a bit of a more late game scalers. Alice won't be much of use unless she gives a really good set with that ultimate. But that's all they have right now, along with that hard card.
Yep, I do agree, but before that, Yola actually comes in trying to give out the vision toxic when I'm coming in with dashes though, but it is going to be none other than Lapu. Lapu gets the kill on towards her Angela, so no more hard guard, but comes in with the all of her Alice, gets 4 people, but she will be taking down the double kill following on towards her Lapu Lapu, and Gatot Kacha in a bad position trying to get the kill on towards her Godfather Haney, but it is going to be the last Insanity coming in with the hard guard combo. AOG comes onto the backside, but it is going to be I am expensive with the retribution, comes in with the shadow kill as well, securing the killing spree, but the dashes are still up, which will be disrupted by the tech charge. But it is going to be I am expensive, finally shut down by the Angela, comes in onto the backside the way to range slashes, toxic venom being taken down off screen by Super M, and with this it is going to be a really ballistic battle still coming in with the Starfall Knight onto the backside, catching none other than our melee. Damien does not want to stop any longer, he just wants to get more and more kills on his hands, but it is going to be a disengage from both the teams because there is a longer brawl than they expected.
Well, definitely a very long brawl from both sides, and like I really impressed. Just like I said, Alice really needs to give a good set, and she goes ahead, gives a 4-man set to the team. Although there wasn't enough follow up, but then again, because before Team C3 Meraki does have the advantage when it comes to the early. Hayabusa did get that turtle, but then again, he should have maybe he did kind of overestimated that potential, stayed way too much, and get oh.
Exactly. It is going to be the kill on towards our Godfather Heaney, who will be getting the kill on towards Ian, but oh, on towards the top lane though. Yeah, not much of a fight coming in for now.
Yeah, definitely. And with this, just look at Team C3 Meraki, the way they're just treating the entire battlefield as their home ground.
Exactly. They do not want to care. But oh, before that, another engage comes in with the Bravest Spider. But it is going to be the electrifying beat comes in. We're using up the second skill to get the hybrid defense, but not long ago as Yolap will be getting the kill on towards none other than our Lapu Lapu, who will be finally taken down. But they do not want to let the God of Clutch go. The EOG only being popped up. The wall blocks his path, but he is still using up the passive to be surviving. Attractive Pulse comes in, catches Yolap, but it is going to be Quad Shadow onto the backside. Comes in with the only Shadow kill, catching Ian, but he will be surviving because of the Flask of Oasis. The dashes was disrupted, was paused for a second, I'm not sure, but yes, onto the backside with the hard guard catches Yolap, who will be carrying the kill onto our Godfather Haney, and that is not a good sign since it is going to be C3 Meraki who will be struggling now. And like I mentioned, both the teams are really talented and they're actually playing it off now. But oh, Brave Spider onto the backside, Ian will be taken down by the Raging Slashes, and with that, it is going to be none other than Toxic Venom with the electrifying beats trying to get super in, but he is way too tanky. He is a Garukacha who is a tank, and you do not want to be messing off with the electric type against a tanky. But oh, before that, onto the backside though with the only shadow kill trying to get the kill, but it's going to be Damien who will be getting the kill onto the Garukacha with a basic attack and the second skill of her own. She is a dancing Latina after all, but oh, it is going to be none other than Mill who will be trying to give out a lot of burning damage. Third degrees burns, but not going to be enough for our Esmeralda. She does not want to stop. I am expensive. Gets the turtle. Oh wait, Damien though, he is way too aggressive. He does not want to let anyone go, but the tech charge onto the backside. Toxic Venom gets the kill, and with this, the bot lane first tier might be destroyed.
Way too long of a commitment coming in from both the sides. And if you see in all those same fights, the amount of impact a Grog has, that's why you just ban this guy away, because those tectonic charges, even though I would say the Alice as well as the Grog, they're hand in hand. She gives a 4-man set, the tectonic charge, the Grog gives a 4-man set. So I would say both
Exactly.
of them are doing an amazing job matching each other, and that's also giving Kimi a lot of space.
Oh, here comes in with the electrifying beat. Godfather Heaney in a bad position, but the wall will be popped up. Comes in with the electrifying. No, it's just what do you call it? Attractive pulse, but it's not going to be enough for now since it is not going to be fun. But it is going to be Damien who is providing a vision, gets taunted upon with the God of Kacha comes in, our dashes, but it is going to be a disengage for now. But the Quad Shadow is still onto the back line. First kill being popped up. Our Esmeralda though, she is in a bad position. Wall being popped up onto us. Our Yolap's face straight off, just blocking his path. But it is going to be Damien. It is going to be I am expensive who will be getting the two buff on towards his enemy side. My oh my GoonTality burning up a lot of resources as well, losing up a lot on their hands as well. Economy being grown up more and more onto the side of Team C3 Meraki with Esmeralda. She does not want to stop. The mid lane first tier will be taken down. That was a bait coming in from the Damien though with our none other than the Lapu Lapu with the Blaze Fire as well being popped up, and it is going to be Olaf in a bad position, but he is way too tanky for now. He does not want to go, and there is a hard guard on towards our Joy though comes in with the dashes trying to go in, but will it be enough? Electrifying beats being popped up, but not enough damage for anyone for now. But Quad Shadow being popped up, not catching anyone for now, and this is going to be a disengage. No, attractive pulse still being popped up with the Dark Star for Night, catching no one for now, but all being used up by our Alice. Not for long though, since she will be catching not anyone for now, and with this, it is going to be a really prolonged battle from the side of Team C3 Meraki. But
Well,
oh, they still do not want to stop. My GoonTality comes in. No, oh no, it is going to be Lapu Lapu who will be using up the Bravest Spider comes in, immobilizes as well as cancelling the AOG. Will be catching Gatot Kacha, and it is going to be Lapu Lapu who does not want to stop. I am expensive, gets the turtle, and it is going to be a much more fun side because Damien he is way too what do we call it, taunting type right now. He does not want to stop at all. He just want to go in. He just want to get all those taunting on his hands. Just want to burn up a lot of resources from side of Team GoonTality. But yes, with this, it is going to be the disengage. Finally, I can take a sigh of relief.
finally he can, but I think Alice might be in some issues out there.
Oh my. Alice still does not want to stop though. She will be using up with the attractive pulse coming in. It is going to be the bravest spider still being popped up, but it is going to be the raging slashes which will be used up to be running back finally. Please tell me they stopped.
I don't think so they'll be listening to you because C3 Meraki just loves the brawling.
Exactly, they don't want to stop. They are still brawling on, and with that, we can see none other than Godfather Heaney being forced to be flickering out with the AOG coming in, catching him down, finally taking him down. But it is going to be the Alice onto the backside. The mega kill being followed up by our Esmeralda, who will be getting the kill. I am expensive, comes in, gets the kill, but he will be taken down in return with the electrifying beats. It is going to be our Gatot Kacha, who is sustaining for way too longer, but he will be taken down by Super Aim, killing spree finally being taken down. But the side of Team C3 Meraki finally took the punishment. They overstayed. They over battled their own disengage, their own, what do we call it, downfall. They have been saying.
Well, definitely, that's something you really want to avoid, especially if it is a Kimi who has a lot of bounty on her head. And yes, it's the first time she was taken down. I would just said that she's doing a great job with the positioning, and Grok is being an absolutely best friend for the Kimis because he provides a lot of zone right there. The tectonic charges are also very well planned out from their side. So I think that was a Costa curse. But right now, if you do see the situation, the macro entirely in the hands of Team C3 Meraki, not even a single turret down. It's just that a bit of a low HP on the one, the first hit from the bot lane, and that's it. So I would say in the previous game, Yuzhong was the one who was just melting down the Kimi. So in this game, it has to be the Alice. But then again, it's only 9 minutes into the game. It feels like it's a mid game. The way they are brawling it out, and the way they are not even, the way the C3 Meraki is aggressive.
Exactly, the way they are actually playing off onto the aggressive role, but yes, it is going to be the Lord who will be secured by our I am expensive, and with this, it is going to be C3 Meraki who will be having a fun time. But oh, Beats comes in with electrifying Beats as well. The dash is being popped up, but oh, it is going to be the tech charge catching three people, canceling the ult as well. But the last insanity being popped up, AOG as well, catching no one. I am expensive gets the lore, but our Gazokata might will be taken down as well as the shutdown finally onto the super imp. And with this, C3 Meraki having an upper hand, I am expensive using up the quad shadow going onto the backside. Will be getting the kill onto us, a YOLO up, who is the Alice, but oh Godfather Heaney bad position, but Starfall Knight will be saving his life for now with the jetpack as well. And with this, the mid lane seconds here might be taken down.
This is what I was talking about, that even though the draft is pretty well, they really need the true damage coming in from the X-Borg, but somehow, since it is still the early game, Alice hasn't scaled up. X-Borg hasn't scaled up either. So they're actually facing a lot of issues when it comes to melting down anyone, especially the frontliners from the side of C3 Meraki. Just look at Esmeralda. She's soaking so much damage. It's crazy.
I definitely want to see the results after match, because the way she's just running around, bro, you need to chill out. How much damage can you soak up? Especially with the shield just coming back. Wait, does the side of Team GoonTality have any anti-heal? That's the question for now. I don't think so they have, because Eternal is running around. But before that, the electrifying beats onto his Godfather Heaney will be taking him down. His grave, the electrifying beats made a dance and take her down as well. But oh, quad shadow, shadow kill as well. But it is not going to be caught off anyone with the AOG catching my expensive, but our Blade Spider as well as the first kill from towards our Alice will be going onto the backside, but it is going to be the Lapu will be getting the kill onto the Angela, and with the beast as well as the dash is coming in on towards our Joy though. But oh, Damien does not want to stop, will be using the Starfall Knight to be running back, but the top lane second tier, not the second tier, but the inhibitor was taken down. Quad Shadow is there, but he will not be going in because he does not have the shadow kill for now. The first kill being used up by our Alice to be running off, and this is going to be the disengage, which will be the trade-off for our side of Team C3 Meraki with the win on the hand.
Well, definitely one inhibitor down. That's already onto their favor. The X-Borg doesn't have enough true damage to take down the Esmeralda. I mean, just look at her. Even the anti-heal doesn't. I don't know. Even anti-heal doesn't work out on her.
Exactly, but my oh my, they need to chill out on the brawl. GoonTality, they do not want to stop. At the same time, C3 Meraki, they are like a pack of kids, They are like just kids who are playing in the background, in the playground, and suddenly some kid decided that, nah, I want to be the villain of this arc, and just starts doing random shits, and then the brawl just starts between the kids, never ending brawl. So yeah, that's pretty much going in between both the teams. It feels like the same scenario here by both the teams, both the kids, I'd be calling it out. Man, oh man, they need to chill out though. So yeah, what do you say about the brawls that are being produced by both the teams? Like the never-ending brawl. But oh, before that though, Yola in a bad position will be caught off in a really bad ambush there, with Trickle being caught off with a tech charge. Comes in, AOG catches Super Aim with the last insanity, catching no one for now, and it is going to be none other than Damien soaking up a lot of damage. Once again, he will be going on to the backside though, but it is going to be Dash as well as the electrifying beats coming in, catching none other than our, oh my, no one dead from the side of C3 Meraki, but it is going to be Ian as well as our Yolab, who will be taking down 2 for 1 trade coming in finally, finally, and it is going to be the triple kill for our I am expensive. Gets another killjoy in a bad position though. 2v1 scenario as well as the I am expensive coming in. He will be having the squad shadow on his favor, but the dashes will be used up by our joy. Will be running back. Wait, I think Borg will be able to defend the base for now, but the Lord is still standing up. Damien being a nuisance once again does not want to let our what do we call it, Xbox to be having a farm here. As we can see, it is going to be the Faraga armor being popped up by the shadow kill as well, but it is going to be the Nexus who will be marked down, but not enough for now because there is the Alice who came in as well as the Angela squad shadow being popped up with our wait, Lapu in a bad position will be forced to be blacking off. With that, we can see the engage, which will be disembarked for now, which will be discharged for now, and with this, the Lord will be coming in, but no, Yolab does not want to let go of Damien. Come on, Yolab, be the matured one. Go back for now. You don't need to fight, man. But oh, before that though, another engage, or not engage, but it is going to be a bad position from our wait, Joy though. She left our Angela. Oh my, the problem of every Angela player. But yes, it is going to be none other than the Gatot Kata in a bad position, who will be taken down in a matter of seconds. But yes, finally the fight has ended, Asuya.
I don't think so. It has because because we
Oh
already see
my.
Lapu into the bush. He might just deny that blow, but it is Joy who manages to get it. I think Team C3 Meraki does have the upper hand right now. Lapu is just zoning the Joy away, just denying or maybe forcing those retributions as they easily take up that lore.
Oh yes, but the electrifying beast as well as the Yolab using up his all trying to go in, but Damien being a nuisance, he has a lot of HP, he has a lot of shield on his own, and he does not want to stop, but the Lord will be falling on the side of Team C3 Meraki.
Well, what can I say? This is a hefty lord, 15-minute lord into the hands. So quite a menace to be getting taken down. But then again, they do have the you know. At the same time, I would say the one issue which team GoonTalities are having right now is like lacking a bit of burst. I would say Team C3 Meraki would also face that same issue, but right now I would say the Hayabusa as well as the Esmeralda just somehow cover that up because Esmeralda is being a complete nuisance. Somehow, even anti heal does not seem to work on the way she's playing. So, yeah, pretty good gameplay
Right.
coming in from Damien. But the Lord is also marching down, and the lanes are synced. This might be the final march.
Yep, definitely comes in attractive pulse though, but it's not going to be enough with the electrifying beats coming in, marking down Godfather Heaney, but it's going to be the AOG as well as the electrifying beats being already used up a lot of resources. It is going to be having expensive onto the backside with the shadow kill as well, getting the kill onto a toxic venom, finally taking him down with the middle lane inhibitor in a bad position. Lord as well marking down, comes in with the land shaker, but it's not going to be enough for now since it is going to be Godfather Heaney who was taken down, but the Lord is still there, but our Lapu is not there anymore. He will be taken down, and with that we can see the side of Team C3 Meraki cracking away for the side of Team GoonTality to making a comeback, and with that Damien in a bad position though. He is still standing. He did not even lose a single percent of his HP. What the hell are you doing, Damien?
He's a magician. He's performing a lot of magic out there. But yeah, Kata,
Oh,
I think he should go back.
exactly, but oh, I am expensive in a bad position. Though will be forced to be using up the shadow kill and will be securing the kill onto a Sagato Kapcha as we can see Hayabusa just running around, and Damien, my oh my, this amount of shield have on you, my guy. You need to chill out on that shield as well. But yes, with that toxic venom comes in with the beats, we'll be getting the electrifying beats, but not enough for now since it is going to be Damien just running around. We'll be taunting on that electrifying beats. But yes, as we can see on the item, like I mentioned, Holy Crystal is a must item for the Angela, but tech charge coming in onto us our wait, Joy though, she was in a bad position. She was isolated and was taken down. And with this, a lot of resources again being burned down from both the teams.
Well, definitely, and I would say the Esmeralda absolute nuisance. Who's gonna melt her down? And once, like, I think unless and until Esmeralda falls, I don't see any hope for the side of Team Guntality right now because even if Exborg is trying to do something, there's something into the way. Even the Hayabusa, the amount of burst he has right now, he can just take down people pretty easily.
Yep, and with that, it is going to be the shadow kill being used up. He is just running around the immortality pod outside, but he will be finally taken down with that. The immortality as well as the winter crown being popped up onto the Gato such as Alice as well. But the attraction pulse being popped up, not enough though. Onto the backside comes in, immobilizes our Yolab as we can see none other than Damien just using up the Starfall Knight to be running back for now. As we can see GoonTality having an edge because their burster was taken down. I am expensive, cannot mark down the back line for now, but no, it is not going to be enough because There is our Lapu Lapu who can just run around. Godfather Heaney as well standing on, and with that, another engage coming in with the bravest fighter onto the back line as he does not want to stop. It is going to be the Lapu Lapu who is very, very aggressive for now. And with that, the Lord is standing. They are just turning off the time for I am expensive to be coming back with Damien just running around with the Starfall Knight, using up a lot of dashes. AOG being popped up, not enough. Electrifying Beast finally taking down our Damien, but he has the immortality he can sustain. He will just be running back once again, does not care. Starfall Knight being popped up, and Angela finally using the hard guard. But oh my, the way they are engaging, the way they are fighting, the last Insanity being popped up, Damien already half of his HP full, and with that, our Insanity as well being popped up from our Borg, and he will be taken down by Damien. Finally, it is not a good sign. The immortality was popped up finally, but not enough for now. And with that comes in our Joy with the Beast, Electrifying Beast being popped up, Godfather Heaney being taken down. I am expensive is there farming up for now, though, but he does not want to stop using up the Quad Shadow going in onto the backside. Toxic Venom will be taken down by the Shadow Kill, as well as the follow up from the God of Kata's Bravest Spider, and Ian in a bad position, though Damien comes in, just using up a lot of damages. Minions going in from the mid lane, though they need to defend it for now with power people standing on the hands of Team C3 Meraki, and with this, the base will be defended for now, but Damien is a nuisance. He does not want to stop. Quad Shadow being popped up will be a bad scenario, though, with AOG being used up, catching none other than our Lapu Lapu, but the base is being marked down. They might take it down, and yes, it is going to be the end. The next is being taken down on the side of Team C3 Meraki. Finally, the never ending brawl has an end.
Well, definitely it does. It was quite a long team fight, and as we all do know that, and if the MVP, we all know it will be Esmeralda because she was doing insane. I would say, that buff onto the brute force, it just really works out for a lot of heroes. Esmeralda is one of them. And just look at her, 39% damage soaking potential, and with this she has the maximum damage done too. So what can I say? It's even more useful than a typical gold laner into the hands. But then again, I would say the draft was really great because they had the backline divers, they had sustainers, they had crowd control, they had they had something like Hayabusa who can just sweep up everything. They even have Kimmy for the continuous damage. And even though she was on the Sky Piercer, I would say that really doesn't matter, right? Because the Hayabusa and so let's the Esmeralda were doing the job pretty well. And from the side of Team GoonTalities, obviously the only issue they had was lacking the burst. Because Joy, of course, she is great, but then I would say with so much tankiness, so much frontliners from the side of Team C3 Meraki, alongside with the early game snowball which they got, she couldn't actually do anything out there. And we really need some good true damage coming in from the expert, but somehow he wasn't even living to see the day. Like, how can
Exactly.
he even do anything to that monster of Esmeralda?
I agree. My oh my, a well-deserved EMVP onto Sardinian. But yes, guys, with this, it is going to be the end. We'll have to say our byes. It is going to be Asuya as well as your homeboy Uncle Jeff taking a break. We'll be coming back with the next set of casters. But for now, stay, what do you call it? Tighten up your seatbelts. Just sit there. Just grab your snacks. Grab a drink. For now, we'll have to take a break. Peace out.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second last game of the day. It's the MLOS Season 2, Round of 32, Day 2, with a 50,000 rupees prize pool brought to you by RRG Esports Syndicate, powered by Zenvy Visuals, co-powered by Esports Federation of Odisha, produced by RRG Production, and we lend our special thanks to MOBA 5v5 Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an interesting set of two games coming up for you because this is going to be none other than the team Intensity Esports on the blue side, the underdogs versus Fusion Primes, one of the reigning names in the Indian tournament community. So this will be me, your caster Zara, alongside the very talented and the most experienced Shinryu.
Give me too much credit than I would deserve, ma'am. So I credit back to you. So I think you're the most experienced of us, of course. But at the same time, you mentioned it right, Fusion Prime. They do have a lot of experience under the belt. They have been one of the teams that you will see constantly at the very least. Maybe a team that is not very consistent when it comes down to the performance, but still a very heavy focus team, so which can really upset a lot of your favorite teams at the same time. So we'll see how they fare against this underdog team that is going to be Intensity Esports. And like you already see, the bans are here. Nothing too crazy coming so far. The Esmeralda Bane being the ban from the side of Team Intensity Sports here. And for the side of Fusion Prime, they are opting to ban the Angela alongside that, the Phobius, meaning that they just want to get away those, get just completely disregard, not disregard, what is the word, get rid of actually of those annoying presence that can really disrupt their rotation or the way they want to create their formation, like whether it be a pick off base draft or whether it be a front to back. But knowing Crank, honestly, Sarah, he loves that pick off draft for himself, of
Yes,
course.
he does love it. Exactly. And that was actually a pretty good insight into these two teams. And we have seen that Fusion Prime play those pickoff drafts so many times. The Cho roam, the Kalia roam, and even any other hero, possibly even the Franco, if he Crank wants to pull it out. He just has that amount of experience to make the pickoff compositions work out for his team. On the side of Intensity, though, they are a team fight focused team. They do love those brawls. They love to go in for the sustain and something bit scaling on the mid lane as well as the goal lane. So we'll definitely be having a fun show. And the very start of it is going to be the CC, and that's one of the heroes you definitely don't want in an actual team fight.
Absolutely. Interestingly enough, this is a very good start because the CC can be flexed a lot more in this current meta, because I've seen a lot of the teams, they do like to put the CC on towards the goal lane and even not really reveal too much of their draft early on, at least in the first three picks as far as it's concerned. And because of that, there's a lot of element of surprise that can be formed around that. You do not necessarily know which hero you're actually facing when you're going for that laning phase, of course. But at the same time, there's a lot of good heroes for Fusion Prime to just try and pick from. The Lancelot would definitely be a good, trade for that CC. But at the very least, I think the CC is a winning lane hero despite the lane she's going in this current meta, because of the utility or the way that she can be played. You can either build her around those sustain build or maybe more of the damage, but one after the other, the blockbuster does not get over. I am so flabbergasted with the picks coming in already. This is off to a very strong start from both the teams. Don't you agree?
Yep, definitely. Like the CC, like you mentioned, can be flexed into EXP or the gold. The Grog definitely going in for the roam along with the Kimmy. So the Grog practically doesn't have a counter in there. And most probably Team Intensity will just be banning out the Nathan at this point. On the hand of Fusion Prime, though, they do have the Lapu Lapu on towards their EXP. That should mostly be a lane winning hero. Like we have seen Mihawk play the Lapu so well, and we saw what the hero itself, the potential he has. We saw Romcom play it out in a different tournament just a
Yeah.
few matches ago. And of course, the Lance and Garukacha too, they just work out so well. And yep, like I mentioned, the Naden gets taken out, which means the Grok won't really have any kind of magic damage counters on towards the enemy team comp.
True indeed, but I still feel the mid lane is a question from side of Fusion Prime. They've not really locked in, and the Baxia being banned this late into the draft really means that there's a potential that it can come through from the side of team Intensity esports, but not anymore. Like you've been mentioning, the magic damage could have been a problem. It's completely, taken off the table here from the side of team Intensity, of course. So what does this leave for the goal lane? The Lunox could be a pretty good option, at least when it comes down to melting down those high HP heroes or high sustenance hero. But I think another hero that they would have been going for would have been the Alice here by flexing the Lapu Lapu to the gold lane, of course. But no, they actually picked up the Eve, still a good hero, and it does have that overtime magic damage that can really really hamper those high sustain heroes at the very least.
Yep, and honestly, I think the fact that Team Intensity actually just banned out 5 magic heroes, like including the Alice, right onto the first banning
Oh,
phase.
okay.
Yeah, that kind of
I'm
just
blind.
says
I'm
that
blind.
they
Thank you.
they kind of just want to prioritize that grok, possibly because of the amount of times they have played it out, and they possibly have that same composition which they are repeating in this match. And Zolrax, definitely he's got a lot of experience onto every single jungle hero, possibly just maybe not the Fanny, which I haven't seen him play, but other than that, he's just very good at the micro, which is required for them to be playing for a team against Fusion Prime. So, of course, Fusion Prime here though, Drax. What is he gonna pick? He loves. Okay, he didn't let me speak. It's fine. He just locks in on the Brody right there.
It's like let Sarah rest. I just give her the opportunity to find some rest here before I just pick the Brody. And against, okay, one more thing. This is going to be a goal in CC, right? That has been confirmed with the Yuzong being picked up in this draft. So the composition is really looking good with the front to back, but more of the type potential coming in with the Grok, with the YSS, and not YSS, I'm sorry, with the Yuzong as well as the Joy having so much dive for heroes with the type. Fusion Prime, they really need to position themselves with the utmost caution at the very, second they just land in the dawn of land in the land of dawn, because I think one mistake, one wrong positioning can be punished heavily by the sort of intensity esports. So both the drafts are looking really good. But a quick question to you: which one do you prefer, or which one do you think has an upper edge?
I do feel that Team Intensity might just have the upper edge because of the amount of team fight potential that they have in this one. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the land of dawn. The match has begun. A match of comfort versus experience. A match of meta versus meta, which we will be witnessing right here. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner moves forward to top 16. So along with that, we will get started with the standard rotations for both the teams. Shinryu, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I think they require that level 4 before they can try and do something. But of course, the second, a lot of the teams, I mean, a lot of the players, they can do a lot with the second level 2, the level 2. But it's still about time the main power spike would be there after that level 4. So I think they should be just try and farm it out a little bit, just play it slow in the early game, because if they try to do too much out of the box, it can be punished because of the overextension. There is visible damage, right, from the Kimi, from the Eve at the very least, and even the Brody in the early game can do really well. And Lancelot, he does require that level 4, after which he can have enough stack to try and punish the member. But Mihawk actually not having too good of a time in the EXP lane. Look at the little wonder though. Contention is there, but still Shironi will be the one finding it out. I think until the first turtle, we are looking at a very, very slow gameplay.
Yep, definitely. I think both the teams will be avoiding those early engages as much as possible because Team Fusion. Okay, but then as we mentioned, that Shironi is a little bit of danger here. Electrifying Beats comes in.
Oh, nice stun.
Stopped in his way. It was a good stun. You know, Drax's special case coming in from the Brody. So that was a fun little thing we got to see just now.
Absolutely, that's the chef's kiss, getting directly delivered towards the Joy. But at the same time, the turtle will be spawning. Both the teams, they need to go for a setup. But as you can see, the Grok is not really level 4, so he needs to find a little bit of farm onto the mid lane just to try and capitalize on that level, because that level 4 Grok will be more useful than a level 3, of course. But again, you can see the zoning out coming here. The Etra is trying to just find some vision. Crank has a very good positioning, but not really level 4, so he's getting engaged on. But first
Ooh.
blood here by Mihawk.
Definitely, and there comes the Phantom Execution, and the Lapu Lapu will find Dalrux as well. Samurai using the real world manipulation right on point, zoning out the Kimmy as well as the Grok from the first turtle, and that will be a free and easy neutral objective getting secured from the side of Fusion Prime.
Absolutely, and they're able to maintain their lead even on towards the goal lane. You can see that the CC is not really having too much of a good time against that Brody. He's able to maintain his lead in terms of EXP and somewhat gold. Okay, the torn apart memory being used just for the crab out there is something a bit surprising for sure, but still okay. Bot lane, Lapu Lapu Mihawk wants to go in, but hey, I think Brave is still Brave there. It's kind of funny, right? Brave is actually going against the bravest fighter. Interesting.
Yep.
Really?
Really like a coincidental pun right there. But then again, the little skirmishes and this Eve, man, the Eve is such a fun hero to be playing against these tiny composition. But then again, those pokes just coming in by both the teams, just those little skirmishes and friendly little pokes is what is going to be happening. We won't be seeing a full-fledged engage, at least until the Eve and the Brody have one item each, or the side of Team Intensity Esports just decide to commit onto either of the lanes.
Yeah, again, but the thing is, so far we have not really seen the mid duo being so active from the side of Team Intensity Esports. They have been behind in terms of score. You can see Team Fusion Prime actually leading it very well, and they have also been able to maintain the goal lead pretty good. But again,
Electrifying Beats though was not able to secure the kill onto tracks, and even the torn apart memories did help him recover a little bit of that HP and force Zalrax back to base. So the CC is in a little bit of a danger here, though if she takes just 2 shots from the Brody, she'll pretty much be dead. But okay, the County charge comes in. Kimi trying to get Summer Sun, but no, Traction Pulse will miss its target, and Eve will just be escaping that so easily. But the Lancelot goes in once more. Thornrose right on point, but will not be finding any kills right there.
yeah, but 2 flickers baited out already. Huge resources away from the side of Team Intensity Esports. They will not have their resources available, at least for this second neutral objective. That means the side of Fusion Prime, they should have an easier time taking it down. However, Blessed has a good positioning. It does not have the wild charge, not the wild charge, but the tectonic charge here. So I think this should be a pretty easy neutral objective, right?
Yep, easy as it could be. The Black Dragon is there though, but Bliss will get taken down by Mihawk right away on the back line. Then AOG comes in, will find Zulrux. He gets taunted, and Oni will find a kill easily with that Thorn Rose. The tier 1 in the mid lane though, it's gonna be in danger here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's completely widely open and vulnerable for the side of Team Intensity Esports. I think Fusion Prime will take the advantage of that and open up the map a lot more. And they should be making their way onto the bot lane because the waves are being crashed in, and Drax needs to clear that out, just find himself from some farm here. But at the same time, top lane is getting pushed by Mihawk, meaning that the first tiers are kind of in jeopardized position. So there is Brave though, but is this going to be a full-fledged fight?
I think it is, but the sustain coming in from the bravest fighter is a little bit too much for Intensity Esports to handle right then and there. Killing spree for Mihawk right away. That War Axe coming in clutch, but the CC with the curtain call flicker gets used up. CC trying to chase the down, but he is the one in danger right now. Crank gets the taunt and will find the kill onto Kimi very easily. Yi with the follow-up right on time. Team Fusion Prime just dominating at this point.
Yeah, like, bite the dust is what the side of Team Intensity Esports are doing right now. 0-6 is the score, and all the first tiers have been taken down so far. The side of Intensity Esports, they're not really finding too much of a success, but again, the skirmish is bound to take place here.
Exactly so, and we can see the Thorn Rose being used up by Lancelot once more, a little bit early though, and so no kill was secured in that fight. But the punctures, punctured right under the turret and back to the buff. So that was a fun little thing to see once more, and the Bravest Spider gets used up, and the Black Dragon and Crank trying to go in for a little bit of a taunt. Traction Pulse misses once more with the immobilize onto Yi, but won't be of any use because Team Intensity, they are backing off, and once again, Drax with a little bit of that kiss there, torn apart memories, just a little off the mark from securing that kill on the Zulrus.
Really close though, but again, Bravest Spider in.
Of course, yeah. Just
Warning shots.
Yep, friendly things there.
Of course, but again, top lane completely open for take for the side of Fusion Prime. They'll not waste a single moment and just finish it off. Second tier falling, but again, Lancelot wants to go against the CC. Can he survive? He does, but okay, Dragon.
Petrify comes into play. Another torn apart memory. This time the basic attack and the Thorn Rose! Right on point. Will lose his life, but he does manage to secure a kill, and Grog just trying to defend up the inhibitors as far as he can because the Holy Blessing is already gone, and it's 8 minutes. Just 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully they find one score on the board for their side, Intensity Esports. They're not really finding too much success apart from the fact that Shironi really overextended that engage. He really went too deep inside the enemy territory and under their inhibitors, and that's why he actually got punished. He was not really having escape route out for himself. And the slot is finally up in the Land of Dawn, and I feel Fusion Prime would want to take it down. However, Intensity Sports, if they want, if they try, they can just go for a contest, but it seems far from happening. You can see the zoning out already by Mihawk, not really giving any room for contention here for the side of Intensity Sports. It's just there menacingly zoning out 3 people all by himself while the rest of the team is taking the slot really easily. I mean, in terms of economy, they're really behind. 6k, soon to be 7k lead for the side of Fusion Prime. 9 minutes into the game. What is the way out for the side of Intensity Sports here, Sarah?
Honestly, the only thing they can do is pray and wait for a miracle because Team Fusion Prime has late game into their hands. They have the Brody as well as the Yi. They have the setup coming in from Crank. They have Lancelot to get the back line. And okay, these are the mistakes they need to avoid because they are going in for a little too much. Bless will get the kill onto Drax though, but is it going to be enough? It won't be because the rest of his team is in danger. Phantom Execution comes into play. Blessed actually sustaining all of it. And okay, the Yuzhong will actually walk out alive of that situation. That is just something very interesting to see as the game is progressing.
Absolutely, but extreme amount of resources have been burned up already, and the Lord is not even here. And I feel Fusion Prime, they have a really good chance in ending this game right here, right now. 1v1, bot lane. Okay, I thought he had it under his belt. Shironi was so aggressive, but the Lord is finally crashing. Conceal though. They want to go for an engage.
Yep, and the Traction Pulse comes into play. We'll get the 2 of them into that situation. Conrose just managed to save the Lancelot though. But then again, the Lord's going to be marching down. It should be a successful defense coming in from the side of Intensity. At least buying them some time for that Kimi to scale up and get the Holy Crystal possibly as soon as possible so that some amount of damage can be dealt because she is practically the only main damage dealer on towards the late game.
Absolutely, but again, Crank, a bit of a taunt coming towards Blessed. However, Fusion Prime, they're still not being hasty with their engages. You can see the discipline is definitely there. They're trying to, just not overextend some of those points. There was one moment where the indiscipline was kind of punished by the sort of Intensity. That's why they have 2 skills on their scoreboard. However, that's the only thing they have. They do not have the luxury of the gold into their side. They do not have the map control that they should be getting with the lineup, at least, because they have so much dive potential, but the dive is not really working. Is always the defensive play that they have to go for, and at this stage they need to look for farm. They definitely need to look for farm. They have to get their members back up with the gold, with their items. Otherwise it's looking really, really difficult because you can see Mihawk having a lot of experience lead out here, and even in terms of the output of damage is really, really high from the members of Team Fusion Prime, and they can just try and poke down even the frontliners just like that. You can see Joy trying to do his best, but getting chunked down so easily. And at this moment, Fusion Prime, all they need to do is just wait for the Lord and just push along with that and have the utmost advantage that they can find around the map. And I think this calls for a defensive play once again for the side of Intensity Esports, because what else can they do on the map here, Sarah?
Really, yeah, it would have been fine if you said 0-2. It's okay, I get it.
Hey,
But
hey,
but as for your question though, I really don't find the words which I can say here, because whatever they are trying to do, there is just Mihawk right in their face, just going in with the bravest fighter every 10 seconds of the game. And even if they take him down to 1 HP, he's just regaining it all back to full HP in just a matter of seconds. And there we go, the taunt comes in. And the real world manipulation, just a little off the mark from securing that kill. So he is just gonna be able to stay alive for the next fight. Just going to be coming in once the Lord comes in, charging down the top lane. The inhibitor is out. They do have 2 inhibitors, but once the lanes are synced up, they won't be having that as well.
wow, you just called me out for calling you Zevo. I'm sorry, I just had casted 5 games with her. Cut me the slack for this one. At
It's
least I'll not
okay.
make that same mistake again. But at
It's
the very least,
okay.
I feel if Intensity Esports, if they make any more mistakes from here on out, they will be losing this game. The minions are marching in, and so is the Lord. A lot of damage though.
Exactly so, and we can see the Zoros coming in as well as the Venom execution right inside the base, forcing Zoros right inside the base, and the AOG will land, will
Oh.
find one, and they are locking down the base as much as possible. 3 members down, only Zoros remaining, he will get taken down as well, along with the base, as they find their victory in this best of 1 and proceed to round of 16.
Yeah, clean game coming in, except for the fact those 2 mistakes. However, Intensity Sports, the intensity that was given from the side of Fusion Prime was just a bit too much. I feel they were prepared, but they were not prepared for this extent. Fusion Prime, they've played spot on. It was really, really a beautiful execution of their draft and a clean victory. What does count for, right? They had complete control of the momentum of the game in terms of economy, in terms of the macro as well as the micro. They were doing absolutely good. But at the very least, I feel Intensity Sports, they need to level up a little bit for sure, because if they get overwhelmed like that, they are throwing away a lot of the resources for nothing. And if they do that, it's going to be tough. It's going to be definitely tough, because with opponents like Fusion Prime, you need to just at least match the aggression at the very get go. Otherwise, you will be having a huge disadvantage in the entirety of the game. And that's what we saw. So kudos to the side of Team Fusion Prime for the perfect execution. Intensity Esports, unfortunately, their journey has to be cut short here in the round of 32 here, Sarah.
Exactly. So good effort by both the team. Intensity Esports definitely has the potential to make it up there, and with a little more grind and practice. So we will leave them to do that, as we wish congratulations to Team Fusion Prime for moving up to the next round of the tournament. We'll take a quick little break and be back with the last match of the day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the lovely pets, if you're watching along, of course, welcome back to the MLOS Season 2. This is powered by or brought to you by RRG Esports Syndicate, of course. And today you're watching round of 32, day number 2, of course. And this is for a whooping prize pool of 50,000 IS. This is, of course, powered by Zenvy Visual, co powered by EFO, that is Esports Federation of Orissa. And this is produced by RRG Production, of course. Big W to them. And a special thanks, of course, we will like to extend towards MOBA 5v5 Esports for bringing us this opportunity. And this is the last game of the night that you're watching. And this is the most anticipated match, I believe, most for viewers. Right? For that, let me introduce to myself and my co-caster or my fellow caster will introduce the teams, of course. So my name is Shinryu, and I'm joined by Miss Sarah for this game. So let's hear her thought and as well let her first introduce the teams, of course, and then we'll hear her thoughts. So Miss Sarah, if you're there,
Yep,
please
of
introduce the
course.
teams.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Lancaster Shinryu. We are here into the last game, and it's going to be Troy Esports on the blue side, along with team none other than ABM with their comeback right into the red side. They've made it onto top 32, and we do hope they made it up until the final. So, uh, indirectly supporting them, but maintaining my calm and my composure and whatever professionalism I have. Right
Okay.
here, Team Troy Sports are the underdogs, and they will be going up against one of the former top dogs of India, and quite possibly still definitely the top dogs of India. So, we will be having a lot of fun in this game, and as we can see from the bans right now itself, both the teams are very aware of the meta and they will be giving it their very best.
Yeah, you need to respect the meta at this point because I feel at this stage when the flexibility is so much with the EXP being the fighters, of course, the very norm. But however, the goal lane fighters and even some unconventional picks marking their way, I think there's so much element of surprise that these teams can actually go for. So there is the potential of the flexibility as well as those very different formation that can disrupt the mindset or the way these teams have been playing for so long. And this is the beauty of this meta, of course, that we'll be taking a look at. The Zushin gets banned from the side of team ABM, making sure the front line does not face any kind of disruption whatsoever. And what does this open? The Kimi, the Kalea, even the Angela, but are they really a good pick? It's still a question, right? But like we have been talking about, the Lapu Lapu has been the contention for a lot of these teams but for a right reason, right, Miss Sarah?
Exactly. So we have been seeing the Lapu getting absolutely out of hands in like a lot of previous matches. So this will be a fun one to see as well if Anti does decide to go in for the Lapu himself, giving away maybe something like the Esmeralda or the Uranus to the opponent. No offense intended to that, but then again, Team Troy Esports here, they definitely need to think about what their first pick is going to be. They could go in for an Angela mid lane, but it would be, compromising on a lot of magic damage that could be dealt with a proper mid laner. So we'll have to see what they really think this through, depending on the last ban of the first phase coming in from the side of ABM.
Definitely. I feel prioritizing a good mid laner will definitely make things a lot more easier. The Zushin is banned, and right now, even the Angela gets banned. This does open up the Kimi, which is a really good opener or opening hero for a lot of the drafts because it does reveal very less about the composition that you're going for, whether it's a pick off, whether it is a front to back. At the very least, it works in most of the situation or most of the circumstances that the teams like to draft along with. But at the same time, there is a lot of heroes that can be flexed. The Lapu Lapu is one. The Esmeralda might be too early to be picked off right now. What other options? The Kalea could be another thing. But hey, Team Troy Esports, they do have a buffet for themselves. And whatever they pick, I think they need to be wary of the fact that they're giving two strong heroes to the other team. And Kimi is definitely the option. However, there is some answers back from the side of Team ABM for sure, right?
Absolutely. I think it's Asuna, right? In the mid lane, most probably. If it is him, then he will definitely be looking to go in for the Kadita, Farsa, or what was the other here? Oh, Lunox. Yeah, definitely that could work out.
Yeah.
But Apex here, he definitely insisted on getting the Kalia. No joking around this time around in this game, and they did lock in onto the Ascension as well as the Kalia right into the first phase, which means that they'd already have two very strong picks and possibly two of the best picks for their respective roles.
I'd absolutely agree with you. And interestingly enough, this is a very good trade-off that they are coming, and also good denial at the same time. So intensity, not intensity, this is actually Troy Esports. They need to figure a way out to try and counter this. The I would like to see the Garud Khasha out here, even the Yu Song, actually, not the Wild Dragon, but the Black Dragon, of course. It's a good counter towards the YSS. The E Sunshine can really, his positioning can be hampered by the continuous dive or continuous skills of the Black Dragon. But at the same time, it's very, very easy to actually try and counter the YSS when they have a Kalia, because he cannot really move so often. And if he cannot heal back his lost HP, he can be a very easy target taken down. But at the same time, you can see two fighters being locked in, meaning that they do not want any kind of flexibilities for the other team. But hey, counters are always open. You pick up the Lapu Lapu, you give up with Esmeralda. So
Yeah,
still a very 50-50 draft.
exactly. And like anti on the Esmeralda is something you don't want to see in your opponent, because you leave that hero open for him. He is just going to be staying in your face, just gonna sit there right in front of you the entire game and look at you like, hey, hi, I'm right here, kill me. While the rest of his team wipes out the entire map, and suddenly you realize that your base ain't even there anymore. So like it's so damn irritating to play against that Esmeraldas, and it'll be fun to watch. And going forward with the second banning phase, of course, the Garukaja and the Granger get taken out. Most possibly, the 1-1 or the Moskov gets taken down next, but that would still leave the Bane open, the Edith open in the gold lane. There's literally a lot of options to be played up in the gold lane right now. Honestly, you can't ban out the gold lane picks at all. So we'll just have to see what ABM decides to pick up here, because at this point their draft is already looking very strong.
It is looking really strong, and at the same time, I think for the side of ABM, their draft is pretty much honest, except for the fact that Esmeralda can be still a flex for themselves. Of course, the Lapu Lapu is the gold lane, most likely because the Yuzong is not the best gold laner hero. And if they want to put the Esmeralda on the gold lane, that's still a W. The Esmeralda Golem can
Yep.
perform really well. What the second team, what esports need is a good jungler and is getting off the table. But the Assassins are still kind of surprises me. The Hayabusa can be a really good hero, but are they really trying to give it to the side of team for esports? It's like more debate, isn't it?
Yep, and I think that the only reason they want to give away the Hayabusa is the fact that they have a Kalia into their hands, and the moment he dives in, he's just gonna get tsunami slammed right to death. So, yep, that is one option that Team AVM does have here. Another option would be going in for a fighter in the gold lane as well, since they already have the Yusenshin into their jungle. But right now, they are going to look for something on the mid lane which can actually sustain up well enough along with the Kalia, and they do decide to go in for the Valentina. She's got two beautiful ultimates, the Black Dragon as well as the Bravest Fighter. So that's going to be a little bit interesting, because the Valentina with the Lapu Lapu ultimate is actually pretty deadly.
Indeed, and I was mentioning about the buffet for the side of at least for the draft. This is a buffet for Valentina, and the more heroes you pick with ultimate, the better time she would have. The fact remains though, she does not have the highest range or the damage output, but the way she's played is very different. It's more like how you can actually try and use the skills against the same top or the hero, of course. Joy can stop. It's an Esmeralda, right? And you know, she get it. Joy on the track. That's when the very least, the timing has to be properly controlled or properly used. High sustained damage, right? Not the sustained damage, high sustained damage. And how does he ask that? Find way for the game, because The only dive that is available would be Kalea as well as the Esmeralda, but they're not the burst damage, right? They're more of frontliners. So will it be enough for Amigo?
Exactly so. Like the fact that team Troy Sports has like three frontliners and one Joy to dive into the back lane, and then there's a Kimi. It's actually a decent draft in that sense, considering the fact that Team ABM also has a similar kind of composition with a Yisun Shin onto the jungle, so that's one for range, and then there's the Bane on towards the goal lane for that one shot spit damage that he's gonna get after the Holy Crystal. But the only thing that matters here is the engage potential and the way these two teams execute. The main factor will be the timing of the glorious pathway as well as the tsunami slam. Like the moment Apex tries to go in for an engage, Y will have to somehow protect his team in a way so that their damage dealers don't get picked off every so often. So we'll have to see how that one works out. Exactly so. And ladies and gentlemen, along with that, we are into the land of Dawn. Both the teams gonna be fighting for that slot right into the top 16. It's ABM, everyone expects them to win, but can Troy Esports pull off a comeback? And most probably a big upset right into MLOS S2. Round of 32, day number 2, and the last game of the day. We'll be able to witness some amazing team fights and some amazing setups and engages. So, ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorns because the game has just begun.
Rolling here. I hope my audio is good, right? So we'll soon see how this one will be played out because it's just a best of one. This is all side of team Troy Esports get, and even for ABM, it's just a single chance. So they would want to just farm up for the early game, not really take too much of a contention here. Just try to play it out safe, I believe, and just wait for the farm to be there and then just try and contest for those objectives. Even for the neutral objectives, they do need that level 4 onto was Kalea, onto was the YSS, and even for this Valentina. So very dependent on that level lead here. So let's see how they want to play it out because Jay can really farm quickly onto was the YSS. He can actually outfarm the C's the Joy in a lot of scenarios. But at the same time, the mid lane too is going to be more important. How they can create the room and space for the YSS to actually try to farm it out. But again, there's an engage.
Up, and it's an early little first blood right onto Hylos as well as Absolute Prince getting taken down. An early double kill for the Yisun Jin right there, securing the much needed early lead. Now he's actually trying to aim in for the Yuzhong as well, poking him down right before the turtle so that the Team Troy Esports can't actually contest that. So that's going to be a very easy first turtle secure for the side of Team ABM.
Really perfectly played out. They know what to do around the map, and this is very important because the more zoning out or the more zoned out the setup why sports would be, the lesser advantage they can build around. But what is the most important thing they need to do is just stop the farm for this YSS. If he gets a very good clear path for farming, it's going to be very difficult for them to find this for any of the neutral objective. But another tsunami slam.
Definitely, as there's the Deadly Cat, Brave Spider, and Traction Pulse both missing out. The Glorious Pathway won't be enough to stop Jay. This time he finds a sideway and gets in the kill. Helps Tail get that double kill onto Y as well as A. Who actually went A? How did I die? And things just kind of falling apart for the side of Troy Esports already because look at Jay, he is nearly level 7, practically under the 3-minute mark.
That is the thing, right? The YSS is one of those heroes that can farm really quickly, and like I've been mentioning, that is one of the winning objective or winning condition for the side of Troy Esports to try and stop the farm for this YSS. It's going to be very difficult given the fact there is so much of frontline as well as peeling available for them, and for the side of Esports, they do have some engaged tools, but they're really far behind in terms of economy, of course. In just a matter of 3 minutes and 30 seconds, it's a 3k goal lead, a staggering 3k goal lead. But another tsunami slam might be the death
well
for
as
this.
The Deadly Cat. I'm sorry about that, but just couldn't control myself. The amount of sing these people just showed right now. Like, the moment Apex brought in the okay, was it? Oh, okay, it was the Hylos. Yeah, the moment Hylos was brought in, the Deadly Catch was instantly used up by Bane right there, and it was just such like I can't even get the words out right now.
I know it's so much, exciting, right, for this lineup to be played out this way. But again, second turtle here, another engage. High loss being the target here. Chunk low, zoned out. I think no more contention coming in. APM fully in charge of the neutral objectives, and right now they want to convert here.
Yep, another Tsunami Slam and another Deadly Catch into the play. Bravest Fighter does manage to stun 2, but it does not have the life steal which is required. Instead, it is Valentina with her own Bravest Fighter this time around. Quickly changes back to form. The electrifying beats will be trying to be used up, but nope, he's not gonna risk it because he knows there's the backup coming in from Jed. There goes the ultimate. But no proper engage. The Black Dragon though, he's here for a bit of a backup, but is he going to be backing up? Yep, that's exactly what he does.
Hey, the backup sometimes can be the backup, right? With damage output coming out from the medium, they're already 0 and 7, meaning that they're completely in charge of the scoreboard and even the goal lead. They're now slowly trying to convert this lead into some kind of push up top for Trio. Oh my god, where did the disappear? 3 members on towards him. Up top though, Anti versus the Black Dragon. But how long can he sustain is a question because Ant is really ahead. And for Jay, he's 2-0 and 3, right? And this is a very good farming. Okay, Anti? Oh, he's good, right? It's just... He's just testing the water at this point, for sure. But again, up top, 1v1 though. Who's gonna win it out?
Yeah, good question right there. And Yuzhong just because he's a fighter, he's able to sustain that by dashing away. But end of the day, it's the Yusun Shin. Okay, the Lapu Lapu is just having a bad day. But Jay is a bit of a danger here, and yep, that's a little too much for him to handle. The Hylos and the Joy as well as Yuzhong, all 3 together. 3 people for Yusun Shin. Okay. It's fine, Jay. You can die in a 3v1. It's okay.
This is what calls for that Hindi wording, like, nazar hati durghatna ghati. Just take your eyes, just avert your eyes, and then there's just Jay getting taken down. Just a few Jay things, but again, up top, another Tsunami Slam.
And the Deadly Catch. Yeah, there's practically no counter that like even a Purify isn't gonna save you because the damage from the Deadly Catch is going to hit anyways. So what even can Troy Esports do here? They have just 1 kill on the board. They are 6k gold behind, and Avian is just gonna be aiming for the last turtle. Actually, they won't even go for the turtle. They might just straight up go in for the Lord because the entire map is in their hands right now.
Of course, on the skirmish though.
Yep, Pulse just gets Anti into that, and Anti will go in for the Falling Star Moon. The damage output is there. Kibali will manage to heal up, but Apex has to run back. They're a little bit too low, and the Yuzhong is there for damage, but the electrifying beast will find a tail right in the middle of it. 1 kill more secured in the hands of Toy Esports. But Jay, once more, a little bit of a danger here. Play, my goodness, this guy is too farmed up, and it's that killing Anti though. Anti.
Oi! What? K-Batty though, he's taking down one more. Anti does fall in the hands of Absolute Prince. But at the same time, there's a Corey spot where you can see the Kim is really low. They need to back off here. The turtle though, at the same time, gets taken down by Jay. But hey, that one spit out from K-Batty just deleted the Lapu Lapu, right? That was a Lapu Lapu indeed. The damage output is just too much.
It just feels bad for Mr. A right now. He's probably doing, why am I dead all the time in real life right now? And it's just sad to see the way. Okay, with the Tsunami Slam once more, Jay onto the top side, and we missed a kill onto the bottom side. It's okay. It's just a fun little thing going on right now between these 2 teams. Traction Pulse, look at they mobilize, but the heals, little too much. Apex once more trying to march down the high low.
Damn.
They are gonna secure the kill pretty easily. And Anti is just going in and out with that sari that he's wearing, and it's really fun to watch though.
Damn, talk about a sari. He's rocking in the Diwali outfit for this one for sure.
Absolutely.
Although the Diwali is over, but at the same time, ABM they have full control. Oh my god. Hey, Jay, just chill out, man. Chill out. You're scaring even me, the caster, for this game. But again, top lane.
Oh, the Tsunami Slam and the Deadly Catch combo is way too much for Troy Esports to handle. And the way they had started this game, like in the draft, I was really impressed with the way they drafted. But somehow in the execution part, ABM is just showing why they are ABM and the top team of India. And Anti, being the man he is, just absolutely annoying the wits out
Oh,
of Team Troy Esports, but the damage output from the Bane is way too much for Team Troy Esports to handle right here. The Yuzhong trying to do something with the Black Dragon form, but Jay will be finishing it off right then and there. Joy, being the only survivor, will get taken down by Bane once more with one little spin of his second skill, and yep, that's an easy little base secured by ABM.
hey, a quick question. Can we report ABM for
Yay.
cyberbullying? Because that's what they did for this game.
Please. Oh my god.
They were so much in control of the game. In fact, they had it completely under their control. Few moments were there, of course, but despite that, a clean game coming in their packet, in the bag. I mean, not packet, but in the bag, of course. 3 for 20 is a score. ABM fully in control of none. You can see 0% turret push, meaning that they were far away from even nearing to the structures around the map, and a clean game coming under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 46 seconds game, and APM winning it out comfortably without too much of a stretch, or even, I think it was a pretty clean game. I mean, there's nothing much to talk about it. What do you want me to say? Like in ABM, they were just losing? Not really, because they were winning. And I'm not trying to super glaze them. I'm not trying to speak too highly of them. It's just what it is, right, Sarah?
Exactly. It's just the way they have made their presence known now that they are back into the scene. But Troy Esports, though, definitely a fantastic draft right there. They did try their best, and it's just the execution part which they lacked. Maybe it's the rotation, maybe it's the synergy. But then again, kudos to them for making it so far. Unfortunately, this was their last game in the tournament, and ABM does secure the points for getting the fastest duration of a match in this tournament so far, and they will successfully be moving on towards the top 16.
Absolutely. And this is why you should not be giving the Bane to the opponent teams. The Kalea plus the Bane combo is just too broken, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you learned from this one, even for your rank games. So, with this, we will come to a closure of what we begun for this night. Day number 2 for the round of 32 comes to an end with with ABM being I think the team for moving to the round of 16, of course. And for the side of Troy Esports, they have to cut their journey short, of course. And I think. Even though their fans were, a lot of them were here, they're not disappointed, right? Even though it was a very fast game, it is what it is at the end of the line. So with this, we'll come to the very end, like I've been mentioning. So any final words, Miss Sarah, before we wrap it up?
Like I mentioned, kudos to Team Troy Sports for giving it their best shot, for the sportsmanship and the way they really just showed up for themselves tonight. And congratulations to ABM once more for making it to the next round. We'll be taking our leaves. This was me, Sarah, alongside the very talented Shinryu. This was the last match of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, do tune in from tomorrow onwards.